Testing one. Testing. Testing. Testing one. Testing. Testing. Testing one. All right, let me share my screen real quick. Greetings, Tori. I want you to stick around, Tori. I put the link in. All right, let me share my screen. Let me let y'all know what's going on. I'm doing something. I want you to stick around, Tori. I'm doing something different this evening. Let me let y'all know what's going on. I'm doing something. Let me put this stuff over here. This evening. I'm gonna be getting at something. I'm gonna hold on. Let me put this stuff over here. I'm gonna be getting into something that is quite unusual, but very important for our understanding today, where we are in time, where we are concerning our future. I'm hoping to show and prove that things are not what we think that they are. They're much worse than our logical mind, our logic, our normal understanding of things. Things are quite different. And I want to have this discussion, an open discussion about this, a sincere discussion, before I go live with evidence as to where I think we are in terms of the last days and what befalls us in the future. Because I don't want us going into this blindly, regardless whether you can believe, accept, wrap your mind around it or not. At least when it comes to pass, this conversation that we are having will also come to your mind. Forever Foods, I see you. So the link is in the chat. And if you're interested in this conversation, dealing with the topic today, is there evidence concerning life on Mars? And I'm going to add to that, should we be concerned about our moon and what's going on presently today? If there is activity on the moon, we need to know, is it us, someone else from this planet, or is it someone else otherworldly, other than this planet, on the moon, actively on Mars, and what is their plan, and who are they? Or what are they, if they're there? Because I'm going to show you some things. Now, some of you are going to be skeptical. I already know. All of you are not going to believe. I'm not even sure if I believe. I'm going to show you that something's going on. It's a possibility that America knows what's going on. And they're keeping their mouths closed about what's going on. Something for sure is going on. All right? I'm going to share my screen. And you all know what this is. Copyright disclaimer. Fair use. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowances is made for fair use for the purpose such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that otherwise be infringed. Okay? That would otherwise be infringed. Fair use. Okay. Let me go back. Fair use. Fair use. Fair use. I'm going to keep saying it. Fair use. Subscribe to the channel. Please hit the like button to help the algorithm and get this video out, and others that's gonna uh, follow. Okay, peace, shalom to the chat. Hopefully to the platform, because I don't want to do this by myself. I will, but I want your opinion. I need your opinion, because I'm gonna show something. I got 2 videos I want to play. I may interrupt. I like to interrupt at places and have a discussion. And just come to the terminology, rather, we're looking at the same thing. Okay? Whether we are examining the same thing. Now, there's some flat earthers out here, and I understand the reason why you believe what you believe. But I know better. Okay? It's there in my living room, at my patio door, glass door, my own personal telescope. And when I look into space and I look at objects in space, everything I look at is round. Everything I see is a sphere. If I take a glass of water and if I put a straw in that water and blow bubbles, everything I see is going to form a sphere, because that's what happens in a vacuum. And when I blow air in water, it creates a vacuum. It creates bubbles, air bubbles, which is a vacuum in that bubble. A vacuum forms in the bubble. And anything that has mass has structure. Anything that has mass. And the more mass, the more conformity does it take. This is my first one. So don't go around saying that I'm intoxicated, because I'm not. Far from it. I have no intention of getting intoxicated. In fact, I don't get intoxicated. And in spite of what you think, very few of you have ever seen me intoxicated. Probably none of you. Because I don't get intoxicated. I don't drink like that. And when I drink at home. If I drink at all. And it's my business, anyhow, if I want to have a drink. That's between me and my God. Jada Snake, what did you misspell? There I go with the denial forever. Uh, what are y'all saying? I'm around Miriam. You talking about Mary, the mother of Christ? What are y'all talking about, Jay? I mean, you always come with negative, man. Um, you say my bad for misspelling, and then you say here he go with denial. Denial about what? What are you talking about, Jay? As if you know me. Peace to the chat. Peace to you, brother. I see you. What you want to be noticed? The link's there. Hit the link. You can be noticed. Oh, you're talking to for well, you said he. Forever Fools is a female. I don't know who you're talking about. Denial. Seemed like that was set down when. Well, okay, I had nothing to do with it. Okay, but I do wish for once in a while, man, you come over here. That you are able to come over here with a peaceful attitude rather than always throwing negativity towards people. Because really, nobody wants to hear it, man. I mean, if we can't get a positive vibe on the subject of what we're about to discuss, what could we do? When can we have a positive discussion, man? Um, Listen here. I'm going to go on and do this thing, man. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen once again. I'm going to this is the one I want first. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. All right. Let me wait and see how it looks. Make sure y'all can see that. Can y'all see that? Can y'all see it? Okay, I can't see the chat. Yeah, I see it on TV. Peace. Everybody, does that screen needs to be bigger or can y'all see it? Okay, y'all see it. All right. Right at you see the young lady in the screen? This picture is a picture of a mountain on Mars. Right there. The young lady, right? Okay. Now this young lady, that's not my cursor. That's the guy's cursor. I'm not sure how that can be his cursor. That must be my cursor. I think it is, but it's on a delay. This young lady here, this to give an indication, she superimposed to give an indication of how high this mountain is, this cliff. To this point, to her, they're going to tell you it's about 52 feet. So this is another 12 or so feet. It's probably anywhere between 60 and let's say 70 feet. There's a rock about here you'll see that on this picture you can't see, but these mountains here, these rocks here, I want you to pay close attention to the distance between here, this peak right here, and these rocks right here. Pay close attention. This rock here, and there's another rock about here that's pretty big. But I want you to pay close attention to this corner here, because this right here is not what you think it is. I'm going to show you that this part that's extended out from this part, this is mechanical. It's mechanical. And it's not connected to this. This part is in between this cliff and this rock. This part right here. I'm going to show you. It's a part of this. This is not a rock. It looks like rocks, but it's not. This is a mountain. And I'm going to show you, whether you believe me or not, there are beings living in this here area of this here mountain. This is Mars. All right? Pay close attention. Pay close attention. Let me blow it up just a little bit. Okay? Let's see how it's going to do on TV after I blow it up. Okay. Remember what I told you. These here are not really rocks, but I want you to see it. Pay close attention of the distance between here and here. Pay close attention to this item that's sticking out, and then the rest of these rocks. Because this item here is definitely not a rock. I'm going to show you what it is, and it's going to blow your mind. Let it play.
Close approximation with Martian Missy, but she's got something else to do, probably saw Home Goods, so we will not see her again. But what is that on top of this? And I call it a this because we don't really know what this is.
What he's talking about is this structure right here. He's talking about this structure. What is this? Right here. What is that? What is that? We're going to see. Now, Mars has two moons, Deimos and Nemos. They're very, very small moons. What I want you to see, this here is open space. This is like a clamp, something that can grab something. You remember I told you that there were rocks up in this area that you couldn't see from that distance. But then back here, you're going to see there's bigger rocks. There's bigger rocks. But this whole thing, separate from here, this whole thing is going to project itself. You'll see. And this here is separate. Right here. What you see in the shadow is separate from all of this going back. I don't know about that. Okay? This here is connected to that. This out here, well, we'll deal with it in a minute. I don't even know if this stuff is real. I think these are some kind of windows that the people in here are looking out of. This stuff here, that's some kind of a window that closes and opens. I don't know what this is. This here could be weaponry. I don't know. I think this here is about the same as this here. But we'll see. Listen to what the real Jimmy Roberts has to say. This is his video, fair use, not mine. Fair use.
But even with the fakery they apply, we can tell something is protruding from the top or sticking over the edge. Now, here is a masked cam image that is much clearer. Let's zoom in. What have we got going on here? Now, a lot of people are going to let pareidolia take over and see an eyeball up there. That's not what I see. I see a point of rotation or a pivot
point. It's not
an
eyeball, but
this
look
is
at
some sort
now.
of contraption, folks. And yes, of course, it does look like something that would clamp down, much like crocodile jaws, alligator. But I'm not seeing an animal. I'm seeing a contraption. And when you look at this area under it with some contrast thrown
and
on
I'm gonna
it,
show
yeah,
you
sure,
something
you can
else
start seeing
as
legs
we get
and
back over
dressing
here,
and so forth. But I don't know about that. I will say this. That's a contraption, folks, because look at this. So 3244.
Notice this object here and the bottom of it. You see the bottom of it? See how close it is to the rock right now? This bottom piece. I'm an artist, so I know shapes. I told you this is like a claw. I'm an artist. This is like an underjaw. Watch how far this part in a later shot is going to be extended out. And you're going to see the whole contraption. See, you can only see this much of it because of this rock is blocking it. But this whole thing coming down here is part of this contraption. There go that supposed rock that I told you we couldn't see. The bigger rocks are back here. They shift and they move. The distance now, you can't even see those rocks. What is that? These cracks here only lets you know that this stuff is moving. Watch what I tell you.
Or a little later. Look at it now. It appears to be configured a little bit different, but the angle is slightly different. So, we really just can't be sure. Here are the two of them. I mean, it's very similar,
Bam.
nearly the same angle,
Look,
slight difference, but
the
that
difference.
difference could be because of the camera angle.
Look
So
at the
I can't say that this
difference.
thing's moved at this point.
Look at
However,
the difference.
let's go back to Soul 3215.
These are those rocks.
Look what we found here, folks.
Look how close they are.
Something is very obviously different
Look
here.
at these rocks.
The camera
This
angle
is the thing
is
with
a
the
bit
claw
different, but not
closed.
enough to make up for this. Where is that top portion?
The claw
Well,
is closed.
I believe it's right there. And I believe at this point it was rotated away from us.
But now
the
these
difference
rocks are up close. Y'all see that? Those back rocks that I showed you in the first beginning. Look at it. Okay? It's going to change again. He's going to show you the difference. And how this claw, when this claw comes out, what you're going to be seeing is this. Not this. This. Because all of this is going to move forward. This. This. I don't want to mess up my film. Let me get that out of there.
and the
Okay.
rover's position
Why?
and camera orientation on this earlier day is just not enough to make that top section disappear. It's just not. Now, we threw a little contrast on it here where you can see some detail. I believe at this point, it was rotated away from us. And by the time the other pictures came in, many souls later, it had rotated towards us and hinged upwards, giving us that open jaw look. Here's a comparison from all three souls, all three Martian days. You be the judge.
One day, the next day.
If you look closely on Soul 3215, there's a blurred area where they may be hiding that work. I think they're sending stuff up to the top or sending stuff down to the ground or both. But I think there's work being done, and they either missed this or left it just to let somebody find it. Who knows?
Clamp.
I maintain that these images are highly falsified, that the exterior is painted on, that these are structures and other things that are being disguised as buttes and hills. And sometimes things just kind of stick through. Folks, the PDS data, these guys that go and build these gigapans thinking they're using the raw data, that is not the raw data. It has already been adulterated.
Are these
We got
stairs?
a lot more in this area. We are on it. We'll be back soon.
I'm going to stop sharing this one. Come back. Let me go back so I can cut it off. All right, let me cut that off. Let me close it up. Let me come back here so I just stop screen. Now, y'all talk to me. Somebody, I need y'all to grow some guts. I need you to come up in here and talk to me and describe to me what I just saw I did not see. Tell me I did not see what I just saw. You want the link again? Listen, y'all, I am serious. I'm just not trying to get folk up in here just to talk to me, just to talk to me. I want you to tell me if what I just showed you, is it real or is it Memorex? Come on up in here and talk to me. I got another video that we're going to show and discuss with the same guy, with a different guy, about what's going on the moon. We're going to be talking about what is going on the moon. That was on Mars. Now, somebody need to talk to me. Somebody need to tell me something. I may get my channel shut down for doing this. Let's make it worth it. Let's not let the night go by without us having a discussion about what the hell is going on in outer space. I'm risking everything that I have to talk about this. Now show me who got the guts and who don't. Who's afraid and who's not. I see you forever. I got you, baby.
Hi, Apostle.
Hey, baby girl, how you doing?
I'm okay. I don't think that's real, Apostle. I think that's a computer generated image. I think it's CGI.
Okay. You know that they got they had several droids or androids on Mars taking pictures.
Yeah, I don't believe that either. I don't think
Oh
they've
yeah?
ever.
Wow.
No,
Okay.
no. I don't think they've ever been anywhere.
Okay. You think the earth is flat?
No, I don't.
Oh, you think the earth is round?
I think it's a sphere.
Okay. What
I
about the
don't.
moon?
What about the moon?
What do you think about the moon? You think it's
It,
real?
it,
You think it's
yeah.
a part of the earth?
Um, I think it's a part of the a part of our solar system.
Okay. Do you think
I
it came
believe.
from the earth?
What do you mean it came from the earth?
The story that something large slammed into the earth and struck the Pacific Ocean and a
Oh, is that
part.
the story about the moon god?
No,
Um,
no, this is science. Science teaches, or they used to teach at one time, that something large struck. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about Tiamat,
yeah.
but it's similar to Tiamat, yeah. And it hit the earth and broke off, and it formed into the moon.
It's
And
possible, but
yeah,
it's possible. But I believe everything that they teach us is a lie. So
oh,
probably not. I only can know from my own experiences of things I've seen. That's the only thing I can speak on, really, because I believe most things that we are taught is a lie.
okay.
And on this planet, it's a planet of lies.
Why do you think?
I
I
believe
I,
that.
I agree. They lying because they not telling the truth. But
You know, they make a lot of movies about the moon and Mars, and always on the moon it's like the Nazis and the coming of a new race. Have you ever read that book, The Coming of the New Race, from the 1800s? And then they made a movie that never came out.
yeah,
They
nah,
never it.
yeah, nah. I can't. I heard a lot of stuff about the Nazis, but
Yeah. And
mainly what I heard.
I do believe on Earth, I do believe that um these I don't know what to call them, people, quote unquote, um they're I feel like they've infiltrated this planet or country, like they're not from here, they don't belong here. That's why they do everything they do is to change it, and that's why everything they teach us is a lie. um but I don't know, like I can't say that they're aliens or anything like that. That I don't know.
You believe in God?
I believe in the Most High.
You believe in the Most High?
Yes.
You believe in angels?
I know that they exist.
Okay. Are they other? So they would be otherworldly, right? If they exist,
Yeah. Yeah.
they will not be from this world, right?
Right. Well, I believe that they were maybe possibly once human, and after they died they become angels.
Or you believe that humans become angels?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right.
And some people call them ancestors.
Okay. So do they believe they have autonomy?
Say that again?
Do you believe they have a body or some type? Or are they just plain spirit?
No, I don't believe they have a body. You mean
So
a physical body?
do you believe what the scripture says about angels?
What does it say about angels?
Be careful of how you entertain strangers,
Oh yeah.
for you may be entertaining an angel unaware.
I don't take that scripture literally.
So
I mean, the way I see that scripture is that that's like the Most High in a person,
okay, so
or
when the
or
angel,
it could be um like a spirit or an angel or an angel. You talking about like possession though, right? Is that what you?
no. I'm talking about like the angels appeared before Abraham and told him that they were about to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. And he fed them wine and bread. They ate with him.
Right.
He bowed before them. They told him to get up. Two proceeded his way, and one stayed behind and sat and ate with him.
I'm not going to talk a lot about the Bible because right now I'm doing studies right now
Okay.
and
No, yeah.
on the corruption of the Bible and the original documents and all that.
Right.
So and I don't want to offend you.
Yeah, no.
In your
Yeah.
beliefs and stuff.
Right.
But I know that it's a body of work that's been corrupted heavily.
I agree.
So,
I mean, I to an extent, the word of God, not the word of God, but the Bible in it. The
right,
Bible in itself,
yeah,
not the word of God,
right.
but the Bible has been corrupted. There's no
Mhm.
question about it. I believe that.
I know for a fact that our ancestors speak to us through our dreams or at night or when we're or when we're focused.
Okay.
That I know for a fact. I also know for a fact that the light of the Most High is on this earth right now.
Okay.
That I know for a fact. So
Okay.
I do believe that the Bible, there are I don't want to say truths, but there's something to the Bible and all of these different sacred books, because
Right.
since there's so many that have been taken out, there's some truth to it, but a lot of the truth, you know how they say, they give you a little bit of truth wrapped around a whole lot of lies, right?
Right. I always heard it said that there's a little truth mixed in a cesspool bowl of lies.
Right. And that's what I believe the Bible is, the Quran is, the 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 Vedas, everything, everything, everything. Even stuff like Freemasonry, stuff like the OWASP.
Right.
There's some truth to that's in the OWASP.
Yeah.
But it's a fucking demonic book because it's written from a document, or it's written from the Bible and the Vedas, everything from India, China, the Bible, and it just mixes
Right.
it up into one book.
Right.
So
Those things that we had aforetime. Correct.
right. So I
I agree.
know that there's some things in there that's true, but there's some things in there that I was like, yo, that's a fucking lie. like like
What do
the
you
guy.
think about the Space Force? Why do you think they haven't?
You mean like NASA, NASA?
I'm
And all
talking about our
that?
government has, just like we got the Navy to fight in the water, the
Well,
Army to fight on land,
I
the Air
think
Force to fight in the air. They have created a Space Force.
I think everything that they have is for war. Everything is about war with them. Everything.
Okay. So they have to go out of space to fight a war?
I don't think they went up to space. I think that's all bullshit.
Or you
I
think
think
there's
it's all bullshit to I don't want to say fool people, but like to maybe indoctrinate them into something other than religion.
yeah. Space
You know
Force
what I
is
mean?
real.
Like because a lot of people treat like the UFO stuff like it's a
Right.
religion. You know what I mean? So
Right.
you got like the religion, and then you got other religions like atheism, which I say is a religion. You got
Right.
UFO stuff, which is like
Right.
another religion. It's all to indoctrinate people into believing something that exists outside, you know what I'm saying? More outside of you than inside of you. Because I believe the Most High is inside of us. And, you know what I mean? And all around us. Like in
Right.
everything. In everything that's alive.
In
So,
everything and in everybody. So the Most High is in Jeffrey Dahmer. The Most High was in Hitler. The
the
Most
Most
High
High,
was in Genghis Khan. Genghis,
the Most
yeah,
High, the Most High was with them, but since they decided to not be with the Most High, you know, to ignore the Most High, he left them and allowed the bad forces to come into them to make, you know what I mean?
So you believe then that a person can be with God one day and then not with God the next day. See, I would believe that person never was with God. Not to say that a person,
People aren't born evil though.
they're not,
People are not born evil.
they learn, okay. You never seen evil kids grow up to be evil men?
Well, evil. Well, once you're over a certain age, like I think it's 3 or 4, you start to learn. You start to
Right.
learn, you know, behaviors that could be evil depending on your environment and stuff. So,
Okay.
but when you're a baby, you're not evil.
Okay.
All that stuff is learned.
So then you don't believe there's souls for destruction and souls for,
Well, yeah, there are souls for destruction. Once you come away from the Most High and say, I'm not going to follow the Most High, I would rather follow the ways of the world and be demonic and do all kinds of evil shit, you know, like I'm going to
okay.
sleep I'm going to sleep
So
with
Judas had a choice.
Yeah, everyone has a choice.
So when Christ leaned over to him and told him that which you must do, go and do it.
Say that again?
Christ leaned over after he said, when Christ told one of you among at the table will betray me, they looked among themselves and they all asked within themselves, is it me? Is it Christ said, the one that dips when I dip is the one. He dipped, Judas dipped, and then he threw him into Judas' ear and spoke to Judas alone and told Judas, that which you have to do, go do.
Okay, so
And
what's your
Judas
question?
So,
What your question is, did he have a choice?
yeah. Or
Yeah.
was he created for that reason? To betray Christ.
Because of the scripture that says every vessel has a purpose?
Right. He is the son of perdition.
Yeah.
The son of perdition had to do what he had to do in order for Christ to die. Christ had to die.
The Most High also creates uses bad men for good to to bring about what he wants to happen.
Sure. I mean,
So
yeah. That's the point.
when he
Bad
was
people.
born, okay, let's say when Judas was born as a baby, he wasn't evil, but his life, the choices he made, brought him to the point where he decided he was going to betray his brother.
But didn't God already know that when he created him? That he would do that?
I'm sure he did. He knows everything, right?
Right.
But the thing about that whole Jesus story is that I don't believe that Jesus is God. I believe he was a
I
man.
don't either. Jesus is the Son of God. The Bible plainly and clearly states that.
Okay.
And I don't want this to be about religion or
Okay.
anything of that nature, really, today. Although I do believe that.
Yeah, because we were talking about I don't know how we got sidetracked.
Right.
We were talking about
Mars.
you
I
asked me
do.
if I thought anything was the space force and all that NASA and the government projects and everything were real.
Yeah.
That's what you asked me.
Only thing I believe that there's an opposite of a positive. I believe that if there's a God in heaven, space, then there's an evil force as well. I think the evil mirrors.
Yeah.
So
I believe that.
if I'm to believe that there's a God returning, and he's going to be returning in chariots, or Christ is returning on the clouds in the same manner he left. He was received up in a cloud or a chariot. I believe he's going to return. And I believe what we're seeing now and the evidence of what we're seeing on the moon and on Mars is reflecting that. These things that man has often had trouble with describing throughout life that comes from the sky. And they're on their way back. And they're closer than ever.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just a matter of time before they're going to show themselves. And
I do believe something is going to happen.
yeah.
I do believe that.
Based on what I'm seeing, and I believe.
Have you ever had a because I know you said you watch the stars through your telescope, right? Have you ever seen anything that what have you seen that would I don't want to say extraterrestrial.
Yeah. Right.
But,
Well, yeah. I don't know if I seen things moving that I did not clearly. When I look through my telescope, I know the difference between asteroid, a meteorite. I know those things when I see them. I know what they look like.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen other things. Can I possibly say that it was a spaceship? No, because I didn't see, but I've seen things. I took a picture, and I got it.
Tell you. Okay,
I took a picture of the sun.
Uh-huh.
My
was
wife
it double?
The sun, white.
Yeah.
White.
No, but was it two? Like, did you see two suns?
No, one sun.
One sun?
One sun and the moon in a distance away. The distance might have been a ruler, a distance away.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw an animate object. If you can imagine the circle of a sun, the upper right-hand corner of the sun, right next to the sun, as if it just came out of the sun.
Okay.
An angled something. I showed it to a friend of mine. It had right angles on it. Clouds. It had.
Now I would believe that. I would believe like your account of something like that over what NASA would tell me. You know
Right.
what I
Now
mean?
I sent it into NASA. I mean I sent it into
Don't send them people nothing.
yeah, I did though. I sent it to because they said if you got something, send it in.
Mm-mm.
And I
Don't
did. I
no more.
sent it.
Don't send them nothing. You know that their whole agenda is war against us. So
Yeah,
don't
well,
don't
yeah.
send.
Yeah, I did though. It's too late. I sent it
I
in.
don't
Well,
want.
they told me it was a reflection from my camera.
You
And
know,
I said, right,
right, exactly.
right, okay,
Everything they say is a lie for the most
right.
part. You know what?
Shalom Water.
You know,
Lord Jefferson. Hold on for a minute. Let me shout out Rockman, Jay Snake, Lord Jefferson, and Water Blue. Shout out to y'all. Hit the like button and subscribe, please, to the channel. Thank you. Fair use. Go ahead, sister.
you know the Georgia Guidestones that got demolished earlier. I think earlier this last summer.
Okay.
And you know the all the guides that were on the stones. And the first one was about the population and all that,
Right.
and how it said like these on the top of it said like let these guides be the guide, let these stones be the guides for an age of reason, right? Now in the Owaspy, there was a book in the Owaspy or a chapter in the Owaspy that they was talking about Thomas Paine and Thomas Paine's work that said, "Let this be an age for of reason,"
Okay.
right? So I'm like thinking that in my mind that the two have something to do with each other. And now if you see like the the shape or the design of the guide stones, they look like a portal. Have you seen them? They look
Nah.
like well, they're gone now, but they
Okay.
look like a portal, right? Or look like Stonehenge, kind of. But
Okay.
in Atlanta, they were in Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay.
Um, and I saw this movie called Deus. And Deus, right, means God. And okay, long story short, at the end of this movie, well, the beginning of the movie was like the space crew who was going into space to um, investigate this black planet, dark planet that came from nowhere. And it's communicating in this word called Deus, and which means God.
Deus. Right.
Deus,
And right, Deus.
right? And so they go into space, and it's funded by this billionaire, right? It just makes me think of Bill Gates from what they did in this movie. Um, it's funded by this guy, this billionaire, and turns out that they go to this planet. This woman, and it's in the woman out as one of the women that's on the space the craft that's going to from Earth to this black planet.
Go ahead, keep
Okay,
talking. Keep
and they
talking.
gotta they go to oh
Don't just ignore it.
okay. Okay, and this this woman, she gets out and she sees paradise. It's like paradise, and God is there in the shape of a woman saying, "Go back. We want you to go back to Earth and tell the people that we are going to send down all these gates for them to come to heaven." because a terrible calamity is going to happen on the earth. And everybody who goes through these portals is going to be in paradise. So this billionaire that funded the whole excursion out to space to discover this planet that's calling itself Deus, kind of find out that the people he chose for this mission, he had them implanted at an early age with a brain chip to control their minds, and he brought all of the farmlands and everything, just like Bill Gates is doing right now on the earth, right? And then he spent billions of dollars building these structures that look just like the Georgia Guidestones, and they were the portals that the fake God was telling them to come back to Earth and tell the people to go through.
Wow.
Right? And I thought of Bill Gates because I was like, oh wow, this rich guy is just building gates for people to go through. And I was like, building gates. And I was like, Bill Gates, who's buying up all the farmland. Yeah, and then the billionaire guy said, yeah, they're gonna all go through. All the humans are gonna go through these gates, and they're not gonna come back out. They're not gonna go to paradise either. You know what I mean? So like,
Yeah.
this is, on the first guide on the guidestones was the population to get the Earth's population at like 500 million or some shit like that.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
they definitely wanted to decrease the population
hmm
of the planet. They think it's too many people, and
Yeah, and I think
the planet cannot sustain.
they lie about everything, but what they will do is they'll tell you some shit in their movies.
Yeah. Yeah.
hmm So
Yeah.
yeah, so your question is like, if I believe that Space Force is real and all of that, I believe that is created so that to make us think something.
Right.
But
Right.
you know what I mean? I think a
Well,
lot of the things they do is fabricated.
right. I try to look at the flip side of things, and I try to say to myself, if they are, what's their motivation in deceiving us? So I'm trying to figure that out. Why? If
World
aliens,
domination.
yeah, well, they already dominate. They they already control.
But
They
it's like
they
they hate humans beings. They want
okay.
AI to take over. They wanna they wanna if you're not useful, like if you outlived in their eyes your usefulness to the planet because you're getting too old and they don't wanna spend any Earth's resources to take care of the elderly on the planet. So they do things to kill people off the planet. It's like they got a thing against human beings.
Okay. Wow. Well, for our sake, I pray.
But I definitely think something is gonna happen though. I don't know what, but something, because I definitely know for a fact that the light of the Most High is on this planet right now.
Right. Well, um, I guess I'm a conspiracist or conspiracy thinker.
hmm
I do believe that
That's
we
okay
went to
because
the.
conspiracy is
I do
true.
believe we went to the moon. I believe it. I
You
believe.
feel?
I believe it's true. Yeah. I believe whatever they saw. I just think that it was is if they faked it, there was no reason to go back. They did it, but they went back 5 other times until they stopped. And there's a reason why they didn't
And
go
what's the
back
reason?
after that.
And what's the reason why?
I think something told them to keep their filthy asses off the moon because they left so much trash on them. You know how many bags of feces they left on the moon when they went there?
Ew.
Yeah, yeah. They unloaded a whole lot of
Oh,
trash that was not on top of the moon. And literally, if it was somebody's roof and somebody is living in the moon,
look, they
don't you
got
think?
all these trillions of dollars and everything on all of this money. And for the last 200 years, they can't get their asses out to the moon and stay the fuck there.
Well, yeah,
Elon
because
Musk is trying to get out there.
well, that's what
They're
I'm
not
trying
getting
to.
there.
There's structures on the moon.
How do you
I'm
know?
gonna show the film in a minute.
Yeah, but how do you know it's not CGI?
Well, let's see
You ever
because
heard of Project Bluebeam?
not Blue Beam. I heard a Blue Book.
Bluebeam
Um,
is a government project where they can and they've done tests of this over I think China or Japan where they can project like images like whole entire cities in the sky and it look like it's 100% real.
yeah, I know they got a false sun that they can project in the sky.
Yeah, I think
Um,
China has a false sun.
yeah.
Um,
I know there's a lot of things they can do
mhm.
um in faking stuff. But I
Yeah.
just look for motivation. And
Well, what do you think
and
their motivation is?
um see right now they're not saying it. They are the ones.
Well, they're not gonna say it, and if they did, it would be a fucking lie. So, what is your opinion
That's what I'm
on what?
saying. They are hiding it. If they were coming out saying, yeah, there's UFOs, I can see them lying about that. But they're not coming.
Yeah,
They're
they
denying
did
it.
that. They did
Huh?
that during the pandemic.
Who?
They was throwing a whole bunch of stuff on the wall to see what would stick, and nothing stuck because people are waking up to their bullshit lies, and the UFO agenda is one of them. They
So the
came out and said,
government, you think
"Oh
the
yeah,
government
we
was
see
behind?
triangles in the sky. We see pyramids in the sky." Now, NASA is confirming that we see pyramids in the sky. You know, they're full of shit. They're lying.
Yeah.
All right? It's Project Bluebeam, and it's CGI on the computer, and it's Project Bluebeam in the sky. It's not real.
Wow. Okay. Well, let's see if you still believe that when I show
All
you the
right,
moon.
let me see. Is this going to be
Okay.
the one from your telescope?
No, no,
I
just
want to
not
hear
from my
from your
telescope.
telescope.
My telescope ain't strong enough to do this.
Oh, okay.
This is pictures from the orbiter, the lunar orbiter
Uh-huh.
that's going around the moon.
And what's it going to
Um,
show?
there's structures there that you that they're going to make out and show that's not obvious.
But wait, you didn't before you show the movie. You haven't said yet what you think their end game is to doing all this.
Well, see, that's what I'm trying to. If I figure that out, I would know the answer. I would have my answer. That's what I don't understand is because the government is not admitting to this. The government, just like what happened in '98 in
Admit to what?
huh?
Admit to what?
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. In 1987 or '88, uh, Arizona basically shut down because of a large object that hundreds of thousands of people saw. Even the governor, he lost his job. He lost his position as governor because he tried to make a joke out of it, following what the government told him to do.
Listen, wait, stop. I'm gonna tell you how I know it's not real. Because if it was real, the Most High is gonna come in a way that every single person in this entire world would know it would remember it
I
and would
agree.
never forget it. And it would be,
I agree.
they would all be struck with so much fucking fear, they would never forget it. And I never heard
I
of this shit
agree.
they're talking about. So that's how I know it's
Yeah.
not real.
Well, I don't think it was the Most High.
Yeah. No.
I don't think it was the Most High. I think there's a counterpart to the Most High, and he's always up to tricks.
Oh, you
He's
mean
all
like the devil?
yeah.
Even if it was the devil or a false god. Well, the false gods were powerful too. They were very powerful, not as powerful as the Most High, but the false gods were also very, very, very dangerous and powerful.
Right.
They're the ones that this earth is run by the false gods, or some people call them devils, right? Or Satan, or
Right.
Lucifer. Some people, there's so many names people call them, but this earth right now is being run by them, okay? And
Yeah, go ahead and say it. Go ahead and talk. What's up, Lynn? I got you, indigenous black man. I see you. What's up, brother?
and nobody, no, you like, if they were to do something like, quote unquote, show themselves, which they'll never do, everybody would know it. Everybody would know that too. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, there's not going to be like a pocket here that something happened and it's like, oh, there was a UFO over New York, but nobody have fucking ever heard of it. You know what I mean?
Well, everybody heard this. This was on the news. It was
I
on the
never
media.
heard of it. I never
What?
heard of
You
it.
ain't never heard of the lights in Arizona? The
No,
lights of Arizona?
no.
Oh yeah, that was on the news.
I never
How
heard
old
of
were
it.
you in 87?
I was alive.
Okay.
But even, let me tell you something. Even if I was a baby in 1987, if it was a major event of a god or the Most High,
Well, I don't know if it was a god.
I
It
would
was
have heard of it.
it was a spacecraft. It was lights in the sky. And
Okay, so if it was
the
a
government
spacecraft, I
said,
would have heard of it.
okay,
I mean, you see in the
let's see.
movies.
It
You
was
see
on the
in the
news.
movies. Apostle,
No,
look, you see in the movies, right? How they have the spaceships. One spaceship will cover a whole fucking city. Okay, and in some of these religious books, they say that the ships of the gods or whatever, one of them could cover a whole fucking continent. So if something like that happened, there's no way in the world you wouldn't know about it. I wouldn't know about it.
brothers Sarut from Tel Aviv. Got you, brother. All the way from Tel Aviv, Israel. Let's put it this way. You can Google it. The lights of Arizona.
So you think that was real?
Yeah, people witnessed it. I mean, thousands of people witnessed it. It almost shut the city down. It was on the news that night. The governor
But
of
if it was so
Arizona
powerful,
lost.
why
Listen,
didn't the world change, or why didn't nothing
listen.
happen?
The Navy came out and said they dropped flares.
Who dropped flares? The spaceship?
No, the Navy, the Army
Oh,
said they dropped flares. The lights they saw were flares. That's the excuse that they
so their
told the
flares were
media.
more powerful than spaceship?
Listen. The people that saw it in Arizona that witnessed this craft was from several different states
How
in
big was
Arizona as it sat over top of a mountain in the evening sky. Now listen,
how
the
big was it?
government came out and said it was not a spaceship. We were doing an expedition. We set off flares. The people said, no, that's crazy. We know flares when
You
we
know
see them.
Listen, you know, UFO just means unidentified flying object.
Well,
And
they
the government
changed.
has
They
a lot of
changed it.
those.
Right. They changed it now to unidentified area phenomenon. It's no
Oh,
longer called UFOs.
that's how you know it's bullshit.
But just hold on. Let me finish telling you now. The governor, a day later, was told to calm the people down because the people was hysterical.
But listen, wait. What if the people were part of a government experiment?
Okay, maybe so,
And
but let me.
they were, because listen, I watched a documentary about some of the government experiments that they do, and this was in this documentary was from I think the 1960s or something. I saw was from. I put part of it on my channel where they were saying that humans were hackable animals, and they did an experiment on the bull, and they put a chip in the brain of a bull, and this was like in the 60s, and then they controlled what the bull would do by remote control or some kind of device. And then they said that in the future this is what they will be doing to humans, right? And then in 2022 at some I think it was a World Forum, Health Forum, WFO. I forget what the name of the forum was, but it was associated with George Soros and his assistant, or his
Okay.
the guy underneath him. He was saying that now in 2022, people can stop believing about that they have a soul and that they're special and that there's a God, because now we can hack human beings like animals. Okay? So I'm saying that these group of thousands of people, because you know that the government does experiments on humanity. They have been forever. They've been doing it
Okay.
since the days of Noah.
All right.
Right?
Listen
So
though. Just hear me out. Don't cut me off this time.
okay.
Hear me out. Okay, this was a national event. The governor of Arizona came on and said, he put a news conference on and said, we found the guilty person. And they marched out a man in an alien costume who was his assistant.
Whose assistant? The
The
governor?
the governor's of Arizona's assistant. They did this on the news. And they had him in a costume with handcuffs and big old fake hands. And
See
he
that?
said, hold on, don't stop me.
Okay.
And they
Okay.
said, and the governor said, see, y'all take this far too serious. They unzipped the mask and revealed that it was his assistant.
Yeah.
Well, the people of Arizona took offense to it.
Yeah, because it got played.
Listen, no, they said, how dare he make mockery on national TV that we all seen. He had to resign from office. After he resigned,
that was a government experiment.
listen to me. After he resigned, lost his job, he came out and said that he was told to do that.
Of course.
Okay? And he's seen it himself. He can't say what it was, but he know it was not any flares.
Wait.
All right? Now this is a
So
matter.
they made him
This
put
is
a
a matter of information that's free. You can look it up. It's still part of the news.
So they made him put on a costume the same day that
No, it was the next day.
found?
It was the next day when he called the because the whole city, people didn't even show up for work the next day. This is how scared they were. In Arizona. Arizona's a state. All of these little cities near that area, it was 3 or 4 different cities
I
was
believe
involved.
I believe that something happened that was a government experiment, and I believe that those people were.
Now, these are private citizens coming out of their homes.
They didn't know.
These are people that live in different cities.
You
I'm
could be
talking
part of an
thousands of
experiment
people.
and not know it, right, Apostle?
Say what?
You could be part of an experiment and not even know it.
Yeah, you can be. I don't think that if somebody would have said it was a conspiracy and all of these people were involved, I would say bullshit.
Yeah, because they didn't know.
Right. They didn't know what they saw. They didn't know what they were looking at. And it could have been the government.
It definitely
But the government did not drop flares. Just like in 1947, when the government said an air balloon, but it first came out, it first was released as a news report, was that they recovered in Roswell a spaceship. Now, we know the news back then. What?
Is that Area 51?
Right.
Thing?
We know the 4 hours. We know the difference that it took. So what was released on the East Coast, by the time the West Coast got the news, it had changed. In those 3 hours, what was released first and what got released to California, the difference in 3 hours was an aircraft is in the Army's custody with 2 bodies and a living specimen from a weather balloon in California 3 hours later. And the Navy captain, the Navy captain, Martella, on TV, holding up aluminum foil, saying this is what it was. But his son, now, who's grown, and a medical doctor today is saying that's not what my father brought home to me when I was a child and let me look at it before he turned it in. His father was the captain who was in charge of Area 51 at the time, before it became Area 51. It became Area 51 after.
Give me a question, Apostle.
Yeah.
If there are advanced civilizations on another star or other stars, right? You think that they would come so far and get shot down by a civilization that's in decline?
We shot them down. Who said we shot them down?
Didn't they get Area 51? Didn't they
No, that was a lightning storm that
So Area 51 wasn't about UFOs?
Yeah, but it wasn't about it was about 2 UFOs and a lightning storm coming, and one landing in Mexico and the other one landing in.
You think
It was 2 crashes that day. It was 2 crashes that day involving 2 separate.
Wait. So advanced beings from another star system or another star.
Who say they're coming from another star system? Why they couldn't be coming from right here? Venus,
Earth?
Mars, Jupiter.
Well, okay, another star.
Same star. Say they came from here.
Earth?
No. I'm talking about within Jupiter, Mars.
Oh, you mean what you're calling planets?
Or maybe they came from Andromeda, the next galaxy over. That's only 4 light years. That's only 4 light years away.
Okay, so whatever planet let's say they came from, I'm assuming that they're more advanced than we are,
Yeah,
right? Right? And their technology would be more advanced,
yeah. They
right?
able to do what we can't do,
You think lightning would be able
supposedly.
to? They would have ships that could pass through fire and not get scathed.
We
But
see
you think
that. We
lightning
see
would?
ships. We see ships.
Huh?
They see ships going into the sun and coming out. They see ships
Right,
standing next to the sun drawing plasma
right.
into
So,
these.
but lightning would strike down these ships, though. That's what it's telling me.
I ain't saying lightning struck them down. They could have collided. I don't know. They are ran by basically.
Is it possible
Uh,
that's just another government lie?
well, the government is the one saying it ain't happened. They're not saying it happened.
Well, they're the ones that put the fucking lie out in the first place, and whenever it happened. And now they're saying it didn't happen because it really didn't fucking happen.
Your mind is convinced.
Yeah.
Cause when you look in space, okay, I'm gonna put it to you this way. Let me show you how my mind works.
Like
Okay.
I'm not saying that there's not other intelligent beings out there. I'm just saying that they wouldn't come here and get got by a nation that's or a country or planet that's in decline, because you do
Well,
know that Earth is in decline.
yeah,
Earth is in decline
you
right now.
you know the battle, you know the movie, the battle of LA for LA
I've heard of it,
that
but I've not seen it.
Tyrese played in the movie,
I've heard of
Aliens Attack. Well,
I've never seen it.
yeah, that's based on supposed to be a true story. America in California, America
Hmm.
went all blaze out,
Okay.
the military shooting in the sky. Um, and this was media. This was the news in the 50s.
Hmm.
So supposedly at a spaceship, heavy artillery, and hit nothing. Hit, they couldn't believe it. They shot everything at the thing
Hmm.
and hit nothing for a space of 20 minutes
Hmm.
of what they saw in the sky. And they thought they hit it dead on. But there was no ship that fell
Right.
out of the sky, that they knocked out of the sky, that came
Uh-huh.
down from the sky, and they shot the hell out of that thing.
So what happened to it?
The report is it must have vanished or it protected itself because nothing hit it.
Oh, like it
That's
would
that
like
so that
stealth,
was the
like
show.
had like
That was to show then
a
how powerful they were, that they could put a
as like a
force field,
technology.
right? That
Yeah.
they could put a force field around the spaceship. And our artillery today is much better. I mean, this was before the nuclear bomb, supposedly. But that's supposed to change
Okay.
everything. That's supposed to be the
So that was
reason why them
okay.
doing these
So you
tests.
so do you think that's get like the stuff that they've been putting out in the movies is something that's gonna be happening now? Is that
Like
what?
movies like Perithmus, Perithmus and Star Wars, E.T. I can think these movies are, I don't think they come strictly from the imagination of man. I think, um,
No, I definitely think there's something, but not
yeah,
exactly what they're showing us.
I don't, of course not, but they would never show us the real thing. Um, but I think it's something to a lot of stuff. Yes, I don't think man can think of that stuff on his own, especially
Wait,
when it comes down to cloning. Um, they got in
have you
Egypt,
ever
in
seen?
Israel, they got 7 clone cows, red heifers that they ready to sacrifice
Oh
right
yeah,
now in Israel, and
I
they
heard
all
about
look
that.
alike. They look exactly alike. They're all cloned, and they're cows, red heifers.
I heard about that.
Yeah, and
And they
these
got their
I
they got
seen them.
their they
I
got
seen
their
them taking them off the truck.
they got their Antichrist. That's who I hear.
They got what?
They got their Antichrist.
Yeah,
Well,
they got the Antichrist over there
I heard about
that
that
they're
too.
worshiping as Messiah,
Supposed to
and
be
they
wet.
flickered him up in the flames. They
I
flickered
saw
up
him
an
and I was
image of
just
him.
laughing, like, oh my
Yeah,
God. So
and I saw him
spiritual.
getting in the car. They was all kissing his hand.
Yeah.
He was
I was like, I gotta see what they're gonna do with this.
yeah excuse me. Let me get this cord out of my way. He was all shielded up, man. Getting in the car, and they was kissing his hand. And you can't see what he looked like. He was a white boy though.
Yeah.
And he was getting in the car. I was like, if he's crazy, what is he doing getting in the car? Only just flies behind him out of the crowd.
Ah.
Yeah, this is Apostle.
What's going on?
Hey, Len, what's going on, man? You want to be on the air?
Oh yeah, that's fine.
All right, hold on. Let me know if you can hear him. Go ahead, brother.
How's everybody doing?
Hi.
That's Forever Food.
Can she hear me?
Can you hear him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Apostle.
Yeah, man. Did you see my short video?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, what you think, man?
I don't know what to think.
Me
It's
neither.
brand new information. That's just crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We ain't seen that shit before, so you bringing out something that not many people are showing. I mean, I know it's on tape and stuff. People know about it around the world, but not in this community.
Well, I know it shook me. I've looked at all of these type of videos, man, about the ones that NASA puts out, the ones that Walter puts out. There's like 4 or 5 different people that puts out these pictures, and I've seen funny looking stuff that look like they calling rocks that didn't look like rocks to me. I've seen little things that looked like they were floating off the ground. I've seen things like spoons, helmets, even heads look like of some decayed animal before. But I never seen anything where I can see the arm coming out of a mountain that's out, grabbing us, and then seeing the spaceship in another picture with in the claw, and then seeing the claw drawn back. I ain't never seen nothing like that, man.
Did you show the spaceship in the picture and all that?
Yeah, he blocked it. He marked it out and showed how it was sitting in the claw. Yeah.
Okay.
After it retracted back to the mountain. And then those other rocks, all of a sudden, that were like at least a ruler distance away, which I can't tell how far that is. But all of a sudden, it's right up there together. They're all up there together. I'm like, oh, hell no. Rocks don't move like that, man.
That's crazy.
Yeah. But wait till I show this one on the moon in a few minutes.
The one you showed us was from Mars?
The one supposedly from Mars. Yeah.
Okay.
And it matches everything that I see of Mars. The color, the sky, because the Mars color of the sky is not red, it's blue. Mars has an atmosphere. Mars has water.
It does look like the pictures that they describe Mars to be.
Yeah. Mars has liquid water on it. I've seen pictures. I can pull it up. Okay, you can see how it is evaporated and the difference in the color of the sand. When water touches sand and when it evaporates, it leaves a dark mark. You can see the dripping, how the water receded, right? On the seashore, on Earth, you can see the difference in the sand that water touched from dry sand to wet sand. You can see the border of it. It's the same thing, man.
So what about this?
Okay.
What do you think that is
Okay.
true?
Well, I can't wait to see it.
Yeah. What you say?
What makes you think?
Forever?
I said, I can't wait to see it.
Yeah. I was trying to hear. I heard you. I didn't hear her.
Well,
Y'all were
Okay.
talking at the same
that's who I
time.
wanted to talk to. I wanted to talk to the young lady.
Go ahead, talk to her.
She
Oh,
made a lot of comments, and I appreciate you, sisters, you young ladies trying to learn. That's a beautiful thing. But you know, the way that this world works and how things are set up now is through satellites. Okay, so there
okay.
are things out in space, and they're using them for and against us at this moment. You know, we got to remember all these thousands of satellites has been put up into the atmosphere over the last couple years. You know, maybe even tens of thousands, maybe even more than that. I couldn't even tell you. But you're right in the fact when you said life imitates art. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Bill Gates buying up all the farmland. Right after the gain of function research, which Fauci's in front of senators and officials, and they're asking him if he created. Well, anyway, I don't want to go there, but it's called gain of function. You can look that up.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Research.
That's what the pandemic.
And not only that, but you have the World Economic Forum.
That's
I
what
heard you say something about Bill Gates. He's a part of that.
Yeah.
Charles Schwab owns it, or he's the creator of it. Let's say he doesn't own it. All like Bill Gates and Bezos and
Soros.
what's the other one? Elon Musk. All of them are a part of it.
Bezos just bought the Washington Commanders.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, listen to me. These are the people who are running the World Economic Forum.
Right.
Taking you to your one world bank.
Right.
Okay? So, that's where I'm at with it. And you're right about, these philanthropists who use their money to get into a market or a business like a corporation like Big Pharma, like Bill Gates did. And, with the vaccine, he's saying it's not if, it's when in 2015. When gain of function was created the year before, 2014. You don't hear people talking about that though, because they don't, they're not paying attention. But that's what's happening. And see, these people through Monsanto and Roundup and all that, with his seeds and buying up the farmland, and you got these GMO foods,
right?
That they create. I don't want to go too deep into that hole. Okay, Apostle, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Could you look up CERN?
Oh man.
A CERN video for me?
Yeah. What's the name of it?
I gotta find the name. I'm gonna wait till after you do your presentation.
Okay.
And I want to build on that, but I'm gonna find it for you. And I'm telling you, look. But you know how life, like we talked about, life imitating art. We see black holes in all these movies. We've seen black holes for the longest time. Star Trek and different movies.
Right.
Where they go through the black holes and even in cartoons.
Right.
Well, that's one of the things that CERN is said to be open, miniature black holes.
Right.
Yeah, like
and the black holes, is not what I want you to see, okay? That's not what I mean, we know
Is
this,
what they
but
seeing in the black holes?
Is
what they seeing? You want me to see what they seeing?
No. It's the opening day of this.
They're trying to bring something in.
The Hadron Collider, okay?
Hold on, Lynn. She's saying something. I don't think you can hear her. Hold on. Go ahead.
They're trying to bring something in, like antimatter, into the Earth space, right?
You hear?
Hold on.
Do you hear?
Bring something in, like antimatter. Oh, damn! I'm thinking I'm on Zoom again, and unbiased. You can't mute in here.
Right.
No, I can't hear. I was trying
She said. Repeat that again. Forever Food.
I asked him if they were trying to bring something
I still can't hear.
using the hydrogen collider to bring something
Oh,
in like
yeah.
antimatter.
Antimatter. They're trying to bring in some type of antimatter
Well,
using
what they're doing is in CERN. Is that what she's talking about?
right,
Or she's talking about
right,
CERN?
CERN.
Yeah.
They're
Okay.
trying to bring
Oh,
through the collider. They're trying to bring in antimatter.
yeah, black, the God particle, all these different
Right.
terminologies that they have. You know,
I heard
I understand.
they've been seeing
Hold
some
on, wait a
objects,
minute. Wait a
man.
minute. Let me answer her.
Okay.
See, wait a minute. Oh, what they're doing, sis, is they're running particles at each other at light speed. You know, and it's a 14-mile collider. You know, and I think it's in Switzerland and Sweden.
Right.
You know, but it's a 14-mile collider, and they run these particles at each other at light speed. And when they hit, they say that it's like you know, the Big Bang when they erupt. So they get to study Big Bangs in small increments. You understand? That's what they're saying. Okay, but the narrative is a whole lot worse, and it will show you in this video once I find it. The lights in the sky, yeah, I've seen lights in the sky where they here in
He
Virginia.
can't hear you, forever.
Oh, he can't.
He can't hear you. He's on his phone, so he can't hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't hear. So
Yeah.
tell her I'm almost done. Tell her
He's
I'm almost done. Just
He's
chill.
almost done.
Listen,
Ask him.
when you're talking about the brain chips, see, all these things I've been talking about for a couple years, and I'm glad to see you on this, sister, and it shows that you're really paying attention. It's called Neuralink, is one of them. One of them is called Neuralink. There's a couple of them out here right now, but if Apostle would pull up Neuralink and show everybody, so we're not just sitting here talking outside of our necks, you know, we could see. That's all you have to do is type in Neuralink.
Blink or link?
That was Elon Musk. I think that's Elon Musk's brain chip. I think Bezos has one too. And all this.
Say what, baby? I can't hear.
Already went through. I'm not finished. They already went through human trials. Yeah. One of them has already been through fucking human trials.
Yeah. Now my wife was telling me how to spell it.
Ask him.
Neurolink. Neurolink.
Apostle,
okay.
Sister was right about those chips in the brain, and
right.
I'm glad she brought it up.
She wants me to ask you a question, Lynn. Hold on.
Ask him if the particles that they're trying to make collide together, are they trying to create a dark planet?
She says the particles that they're trying to link together, are they trying to create a dark planet?
I couldn't. We can't begin to speak for another person on what they're trying to do.
Right.
Only thing we can do is put together the clues that they're laying out there for us, because suppression of information is another thing that they use, you know.
Right.
And they also use this stuff as propaganda to have us look in one way while they're doing the bullshit behind us.
Right.
You see, so they're very manipulative, and they use this propaganda in many ways to either allow us to get in full spirited, like nationalism, or for only them when it comes to the markets, like the stock market and cryptos and things of that nature.
Yeah. Yep.
They have their agenda that they're going to push, and we're not a part. We're not a part of the end game. Let's just put it like that.
Okay, so the Neuralink and CERN. As soon as I run this video, go ahead and see if you can find it. I'm gonna run this. This is I can't remember how long it is, but it ain't that long.
Okay.
Maybe 10, 15 minutes, if it's that long.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen and run this second tape.
Okay. thing up,
Yeah.
and then I'll call back when you get done with it. All right.
Okay,
Thank
man.
you, brother.
Yeah. Thank you. Got you, bro.
All right.
You want me to log off?
No. You can stay if you want to. You either way you want to do it.
Okay, I'm gonna mute my mic.
Okay.
Make a lunar anomalies and beyond channel because I wanted to do all moon. So anybody who's just wanted to see the moon stuff, they could do that. But this one here was just too hard. I just didn't want to have it just to one channel. So I decided to bring it on the bigger channel because it's the one I started first, was the Mars anomalies. So, you know, when I looked at this, now keep in mind, this photo is from 1966 and was put online at 1970. So I can bring this up, and I think you're going to make this full screen, right?
Fair
I am.
use. Fair use.
So what I'm going to do, let me jump in there. I'm going to show you guys where you can get it, and I'm sure, you know, Jimmy will leave a link for it in the bottom in the description somewhere, and you guys can find this. Let me go ahead and share that.
Remember that
And then-
Z Olive is asking about those images.
Let me do this.
Chris is traveling around in space. Everyone does realize that Chris is actually the one in space, and he green screens to make it look like he's in his living room. I believe this. Z Olive wanted to know about those Mount Shasta images. If you will go to our website marsfam.net and go to It's Not a Moon and look for the video, we have that outlined in there. So go check that out. And Chris finally got his craft under control, I guess.
That's the
It was
video
swirling out
I
of control,
just
but we
showed.
stabilized it.
That was the real Jimmy Roberts.
Okay.
Hey, look
The
at that.
real Jimmy Roberts.
Now this is where you can find this, and you can see it's the
dealing with
TRS, the NASA Technical Report Server.
the
And you can see when
movement
it was uploaded, it says
that's going
January
on
1st,
Mars.
1970. But these were taken in 1966. Now, when you look at this photo, and I'm going to bring it up a lot better for you, you can't zoom into the page, and if you try to,
You know, I'm
the
gonna
picture seems
stop
to go
this for a
smaller
minute
and the
because
words
I
get
hear
bigger.
echo.
So it doesn't
I
do you any
need
good,
to
right?
hold on. Hold on. Let me stop this for 1 second. Let me go back here.
This is when I first did the first video, and I've got it on Lunar Anomalies and Beyond, where it shows in the very foreground with the yellow arrows and everything. There's something that's stretched out on the ground there, and they appear to be structures, and the way the lunar surface is kind of carved out, stuff like that. And you can see the other arrows. And I believe there's a large structure in the background because it has what looks like this. So I'm going to call it a roof, but it has height to it. Didn't think nothing of it. I said, no big deal. And of course, you get a lot of shadowing and stuff like that. And so it's hard to see some of this stuff, but let's jump into this. Is the actual photo. So now we can really zoom into this.
It's very typical with two-dimensional images, Chris, that things are hard to see, and they know that when they put it out there. But once you finally start tuning in, it's like, whoa.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now they describe this as a crater. You can see it here, the left one, a crater in a crater. Now, if you could actually do the circumference of this thing and I kind of outline it somewhere, like if you can actually make this whole, they say this is 40 miles in width. Okay. Now, like I said, once you guys see this, it's amazing because you will not unsee it. So anyway, let's zoom into this, and you can see these crazy things on here. Now you can see how it looks a lot whiter compared to what I've done. Exactly. Because what they've done is they'll make everything super white here, and you won't be able to see that. You're just like, okay, what's going on here? That, you know, why is everything so whited out? Well, there's a reason for it. And like I said, I'll show you that. Well, I already showed you in the beginning where it has all this area here. If this is 40 miles, roughly, and of course, again, you'd have to try to envision, if you will, the actual whole crater. Okay.
Boy, Chris,
Now-
already, Chris, that right here, that even before you reduce that brightness in there, that white, that teardrop supposed impact crater,
It's crap.
I've seen those, and they say, well, it's where the crater hit and it's spewed that direction. As you can see there, that's not an impact crater.
Yeah, like
at
you're
all.
saying. And I've noticed this right here. Okay, in the lower left, you got that small crater, but look at it, looks like a piece of paper, for crying out loud. It looks like some kind of, almost like it's a structure, like an like I don't know how to explain it, but it doesn't look real as far. Well, it doesn't look like, I should say, like just typical lunar surface, right? And you can see just underneath this, looks like there's a faint shadow just underneath it. Well, wait a minute. You can have shadows, obviously, from a crater rim, right? But this appears to be off the ground here and not, you know, part of the ground. And again, we've got this whole section right here that appears to be something sprawled out. And you can see what looks like these little parts all sitting there. But my biggest thing, and I can't believe it, it's funny, I'm looking at this picture and I just can't unsee these things. This is great. But again, even here, I can try to zoom into this. Right in this area right here, there's two structures right there. There's one, two, and then you got one on top of here. But that's not what I really wanted to convey. Again, I seen this piece back here. It looks like it's off the ground. You see this way, this white rectangular piece seems to be off the ground. It seems to be other whiter pieces below it. That's telling me this is something standing off the ground. And that's what I was concentrating in the video until I made this video again to show what's really here. Now, let's bring that back down. Okay, we've seen that. Now, check this out. I circled all three of these things and brought them out. And here you go. This thing totally blew my mind.
And that is great.
You can see there's two of them right on the side of each other. And look at the shape of this structure. It also has what looks like something coming up and back down right here at the very top of it in the middle. Has these two white pieces. And look at the side. I'm thinking this at the end of it.
Man, look at
And
that.
on the other side, right here. And of course, these other, look at this, has got a white like detail on it on that corner and one on this corner. So there's one right behind this larger one. Now, as I said before, we know this crater, again, I wish this was a whole crater because this would be a lot better. This one right here, that's 40 miles in width. Okay. How big is the base of this thing? And people actually speculated, and it makes sense. Well, not really speculate, but this is supposed to be ground right here, this white area. So this thing is much taller if you were to come down this area. Okay. And how wide is this thing?
God, that thing is so detailed, man.
Right. Now, let's move on to this wannabe crater. And again, you can see that right here. You can see like a shadow underneath that. So what is this right here? Okay. Doesn't make any sense at all. Now, again,
Hey, Chris, can you go further to the left? Or do I need to
that's as far as I can go right there.
yeah, hold it like that for a minute. You're sending it to me fine, and then because the way it's cropped on here, and you know I don't want to touch that. Man, what is that inside that? That's
It makes you wonder, did they scribble over that? Maybe it's something else in there and not. This is what always puzzled me. If this is an impact crater and whatever this is inside the crater, if that's what impacted the ground, would the crater not be much larger? Because think about it, the smaller the item, the smaller the crater. Or, of course, it depends on impact speed too, right? But
right.
when you
right.
look at that, you just go, wait a minute, I can't understand how something that large can only make that big of a crater. And if you notice, a lot of these craters, they're not coming in like an angle. It looks like they come straight in out of space and slammed directly into the lunar surface. You hardly ever see any craters that like dragged for like a mile or 2 miles, and it's like it's got this huge dugout area. You never see that.
Well, you
It's
got
completely
objects in here
straight down.
reflecting sunlight in here too. Here,
Yeah.
here. These are these are leads me to believe it's some type of metallic or some substance other than rock because of the way that it's reflecting the sun right here.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Now, you can see this whole sprawled out area. You can see
Yeah.
the way this is cut out here. You can see these other objects laying around. And this thing blew my mind too, because this right on top, almost like this triangular top to this thing, it's got a wall right here, one in the center, one on the other side. And each of them almost look like symmetrical as something coming off the very edge of them.
Yes, it
But you
does.
can see this thing. If you really look at the detail on this thing, these things, I can guarantee this thing is probably, this whole area is like a swath of land, like I'm going to guess 10, 15 miles at least. If we judge this by the size of this crater being 40 miles in width, good Lord. Now,
Well,
let's have a look at the
Chris,
back.
right here.
What are we looking at?
Well, there's these objects are sitting down here on the surface next to that. I mean, and it looks like there's things sitting around down here. I don't know whether these are vehicles. And over here, if
I'm
you go back
sorry, I
to
had
the
to
right
make
before
my
you go up top, I
sound.
know you're headed up there.
To me, this looks like a
that first object
spaceship
that you showed behind it
sitting
to the far right.
Yep.
Yes, this
on
one over here. Keep going that way. Keep going a little further if you can.
a landing bridge.
Where did it
This
go?
stuff over here is
Where do you
crazy.
see that?
You know, I'm really interested
Wait
in
till
what's
they go
going
back.
on back here
I
behind.
gotta wait
all
till
of
they go
this.
back to it.
Well,
There's
here's
just
the thing. I
Hold
want to
on,
show
let me
you
see
too
if I
real
can
quick.
go back to it.
Couple.
All right.
And I can't believe it. It's funny. I'm looking at
Right
the picture.
here.
I just can't unsee these things. This
This
is great.
here.
But
He
again,
talked about this.
even here,
This
and
here
sorry,
looks
let me do
like,
this.
to me,
Right in this area right here, there's two
a
structures right there.
launcher
There's one,
pad.
two,
That looks like a
and then you got one on
small
top of here.
or
But that's not what I really
maybe
wanted to convey.
a
Again,
land
I see this
craft.
piece back here. It looks
to
like
me.
it's off the ground. You see this way? This
What planet
white
is this for?
This is the
seems to be off the
moon.
ground. It seems to be other whiter
This
pieces
is the
below
back
it.
side of the
It's telling
moon.
me this is
The
something
dark
standing.
side of the moon?
The dark
What
side
I was
of the
concentrating in
moon.
the video, so I made this video again to show what's really here. Now, let's bring that back down. Okay, we've seen that. Now, check this out. I circled all three of these things and brought them out.
There they go. There's circle 1, 2,
And
3.
here you go.
But all of this is a problem.
This thing totally blew my mind.
And that is great.
I think this is some
I
type
see
of
this
craft.
kingdom right on the side of each
Right
other.
here.
And look at the shape of this.
This is some
structure.
type of
It also has
mechanical
what looks like
something.
something coming up.
This is
What?
not rock.
The top of it in the middle
I
has
was
these
going
two
to say it might be a rock.
side.
It
I'm
ain't
getting to
no,
the end of
you
it.
don't see
Man, look at
these
that.
type of
And this
angles
side.
on rocks.
Right
They
here.
don't make angles
And
like,
of course,
this
these
is
other.
some
Look at this.
type
It's got
of
a white
leverage.
like detail on it on that
This
corner
is
and
a
one on
top
this
of
corner.
something.
So there's one right
This is the
behind this
side.
larger one. As I said before,
This here is
when you go to
separated
this
from
crater,
this
again,
part
I wish
here.
this was a whole
You
crater.
can
These
see
would
it's
be a lot
on
better.
top
This
of
one right
this.
here. That's
So is that
40
supposed to
thing,
miles in width.
Whatever this thing
Okay.
is,
How big is the
Is
base
it's
that
of
on
this thing?
top of this
And
part.
people actually speculated, and it makes sense.
does that
I'm not
prove
really
that
speculating.
is
This is supposed to be
proof
ground
that
right here,
man
this
is
white
on the
area.
moon?
So this thing
No,
is
no,
much
I'm
taller.
saying
If you
something's
would
on
just
the
come down
moon.
this area,
I don't
okay,
know who
and
it
how
is.
wide is this thing?
God, that thing is so
Somebody
detailed,
built
man.
that. Something
Right.
put that there.
Now, let's move on to this wannabe
It
crater.
don't happen in
And
nature.
again, you can see
This
that
stuff
right here. You
don't
can see like a
happen in
shadow
nature.
underneath that.
Rocks
So
don't
what
get carved
is
like
this
that.
right here?
Not on
Look,
Earth.
you see these opens. You
Doesn't
see
make
these
any
opens.
sense at all.
You see this
Now,
platform.
Hey,
again,
can
I
you,
was
hey,
looking at
Chris,
just
can you go further to the
That's
left,
a platform.
or do I need to?
that's,
Why does
that's
it look
as
so
far as I can go
small?
right there.
Yeah, hold it like that for a minute.
This is on the
You're
moon.
sending it to me fine, and then because the way
How
it's
far
placed
is the
on there, and you
moon
know I don't want
away?
to touch that, man.
It looks
What
small.
is that inside
Yeah.
that? That's
Yeah, it is.
It makes you wonder, did they scribble over that? Maybe it's something else in there and not. This is what always puzzled me.
What
If
is
this
this
is an
thing?
impact crater,
It's
and
circle
whatever
here.
this is
Say
inside
what?
the crater,
That
It's a circle.
if
they
that's
say it's
what
a crater.
impacted the ground,
The
would
government
crater
says
not
this
be
is a
much larger?
crater on the
Okay.
moon.
Because think
We
about it, the
can
smaller the
obviously
item,
see
the
it's
smaller the
not.
crater. Or of course, it depends
We
on
can see
impact
this
speed
is not
too,
a
right?
crater.
But
right.
when you
Right.
look at that,
So
you just
what?
go, wait a
What
minute, I
is?
just
What
can't.
are they?
I can't
What is the
understand how something that
significance
large can only make that big of a
Say what?
crater.
What's
And
the
if you notice, a lot of these
significance
craters, they're
of
not
this?
coming in like an
Wait a minute,
angle.
hold on.
It looks like they come straight in out
I
of
got to
space
stop
and
this for a
slams
minute in
directly
order to
in.
understand what you're saying.
What's the significance of this?
What's the significance?
Yeah.
It's to show you that there's things going on that's
Okay.
giving me pause.
Gotcha.
And I have questions.
Gotcha.
What in the hell is going on?
So what do you think is going on?
I think, honestly, what's going to happen is soon to happen. They are preparing. They've been preparing.
I agree.
And we soon going to find out what's real and what's Memorex.
Yeah, because you remember right before the pandemic hit, AOC, she kept,
It's coming back. It's not over.
she kept saying, "We only got 8 more years. We only got 8 more years." All the politicians were freaking out.
We're about to get shut down again.
Yes, for what?
We're going to get shut down again. That was to see how things will work.
2030
Rather,
agenda.
the people will
You
go
heard
along.
that? Have you heard of the 2030 agenda?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
The 20 and back and the 2030 agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of it all. What I'm showing y'all,
So you
if
think
what I'm showing you is true,
so you think the shutdown was like a prep, like a test to see
I think
how
the shutdown was a prep, was a test
to
to
see
see,
if humans would comply with
right,
whatever you said, right?
and we complied.
Right. Yeah.
I think the shot, the jab,
That's what I
is
thought too.
all the same. The jab is all the same.
Yeah.
They're changing the chemical makeup of our bodies.
The DNA. Yeah.
Right. That's why I didn't get a jab, punch. So
I had to write a 5-page report for work to prove that I can't get it because it's going to change my DNA.
right. Well,
in order to keep my job.
right. Let me get back to the tape. I don't know
Okay,
how I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
do it. I got to go back here and reshare it. So it's almost over. It's not that much longer. I'm not even going to show the same tape, but what took place 15 minutes before, when Jimmy Roberts, the real Jimmy Roberts, was showing what he was showing, spaceships on the edge of the moon.
And the CERN tape from your friend.
Yeah, and when he'll call back with that. As soon as I'm done, he'll call me back.
Okay, I'm a mute now.
All right.
That like dragged for like a mile or 2 miles, and it's like it's got this huge dugout area. You never see that.
Well, you
It's
got
completely
objects in here
straight down.
reflecting sunlight in here too. Here,
Yeah.
here. These are these are leads me to believe it's some type of metallic or
Right
some
now,
surface
he's
other than
right
rock
here.
because of the way that it's reflecting.
That's
the
where his
sun
arrow
right
is.
here.
Right here.
Mhm.
I just wanted to point out what he's talking about.
Now you.
Oh, okay.
He's
the
back
other
up in
way to
this
put it out
area here. He's showing this
You
area
can see
now.
these other objects laying around.
These
and this
other
thing blew my
objects,
mind
what
too,
are they?
because this right on top, almost like this triangular top to this thing.
Yeah,
It's got a
that
wall
looked
right
like a
here, one in
spacecraft
the
to me.
center, one
That
on the
looks
other
like a
side.
loading
Each of
dock.
them almost look like
That's what this
cement
I
looks
would
like.
be kind of
off
impressed
the
if
very
that's
edge
what
of them.
space
Yes, it
But you
does.
can
looks
see
like.
this thing. If you really look at the
Gotta
detail
say it
in this thing,
louder.
these things,
Totally not
I
what
can guarantee this thing is probably, this whole area is like a swath of land, like I'm going to guess 10, 15 miles at least. If we judge this by the size of this crater being 40 miles
This is supposed to be 40
in
miles
width,
from here
good Lord.
to here.
Now,
Well,
let's have a look at the
It's
Chris,
map.
right
supposed to be
here.
40 miles.
What are we looking at?
Well, there's these
So this
objects
is not
sitting down
small.
here on the
This
surface
is
next
huge
to that.
stuff. It's bigger
I mean,
than anything we got on Earth.
And it looks like there's things sitting around down here. I don't know whether these are
Understand,
vehicles. And
if
over here,
this is
if you
larger
go
than
back to the right
anything
before you go up top,
we
I know
got
we're
on
headed
Earth.
up there. That first object that you showed behind it to the far right.
Yep.
Yes, this one over here. Keep going that way. Keep going a little further if you can. Where did it go? I'm really interested in what's going on back here behind all of this. Here's
the thing I want to show you too, real quick. Couple things. This lower right corner, and I can bring it right here, or right to the right. Look at this round piece right here.
Trying to figure out
and
where
this
he's
black
at.
piece coming straight out of it, but yet you got this top piece on
Where's
top
his
of it.
arrow?
Well, hold on. We're
convinced.
not. Go ahead and go more to the left. We're not quite on the screen there. If you can go any further.
Okay, let's go
Other
back
left.
over here.
Other left.
Left. Okay, I'll try to put it like this. See what happens, and see if we can get it back in there. But you can see these.
I don't see his cursor.
It's gonna be hard to point it out and
This
drag
is
it
my
at the same
cursor.
time.
Well, I got my mouse on here. There's something. Look, it looks like a craft sitting right here to me, with a protrusion out the front of it. I say craft because I don't really know what's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all see his
casting
cursor?
a shadow right here. I'm just really started tuning into this image. There's something elevated here with a circular area on the bottom and little things laid out here on the right side of the screen around it. I mean, it looks like there's something going on down here. There's a bunch of little complexes or
But
big
to be
complexes.
honest with
I'm going to
it
try to
just
put this in
looks
the
like
lower
a.
right corner here for a second. Let's see how this plays out. I want to see how
It
it
don't look like
goes down here
nothing
on
to
the screen because
me.
we are a little delayed when with everybody else.
Oh,
It's a
you
little
got to
bit
look at the depth. You
delayed.
got to
But
be
what I'm
able
going
to
to try to do is put that in
see.
the very lower
See,
corner.
I draw in black and
Oh, that's a
white.
little too low.
Let
Let's
me
bring it up
pause
here
this for a
little
minute.
bit.
I draw in black and white. So I can see the highs and the lows. I can see what's high. I can see what's low. In drawing, your highs is going to always stand out, illuminate. Your lows is going to be your recessive, your low
Okay.
engine, the lower places.
So
See?
these black areas are supposed to be what, like?
Shadows, lows, dark areas. The light areas show distance, show height. You see?
Okay, so like
So this
mountains
is
or
higher, right? See, this is higher than here. See, this plane here is higher than this plane here. You see that? It's a drop. It's a drop. You
that looks
come
like an
along here, it drops. Along here, it drops, and then it drops. These dark areas is because there's distance from here to here. Same as this. This is on top. This is a plane. You can come over here. This is a plane. You have to
okay.
climb up here, then climb up here to get up here. Or you can climb up here and come up here. Or you
When did
can
they
go
take
over
this?
here. Say what?
When did they take this picture?
These were originally taken in 66. 66, before they went to the moon, they sent a craft in 66 and in 68 to go around the moon and take pictures before they went and landed on the moon in 69. So they did that because they wanted to find a prospective spot to land on the moon. These are pictures that were taken on the backside
So
of the
do
moon.
you think they so if they want to escape Earth and go back home or whatever, why don't they just go?
Well, I don't think that's their minds. I don't think they think, I think they think they from Earth, but they, like this white man is. He want to see the deepest of the ocean.
You want to
He want
colonize every planet?
he wants to see everything. He doesn't want to find just a regional area and live. He has to explore. That's why we left Africa. That's why we circled the globe. That's why they went to the deepest of the oceans. Now, like the Bible says in Amos and the book of Obadiah, they want to make their home among the stars, among Orion.
Is that like the the Tower of Babylon where they tried to?
Right, where they tried to reach the heavens. Right. This has always been man desire. You know,
Mm-hmm.
this has always been man's desires to reach the highest heights and the deepest lows. And they're determined to do that. Period. It was a race between America and Russia. If America did not land on the moon, don't you think Russia would have exposed it? They would have exposed. That was a rush. They were the first in outer space. Russia was.
You got a point
If,
there.
if it wasn't real, don't you think America would expose Russia? They didn't really go out of space for the liars that they are. Sure.
Unless they're Confederate together.
No. How they
Or
going to confederate
that.
together? And they've been in war together. They've been in war ever since World War II. They've been opposed to each other. Understand right now, I seen the space station in 2008 or 2006. I can't remember. Is when it must have been 2008. and it was projected to fly over my house, and I watched it fly over my house.
Oh wow.
Yeah, something that looked like a pencil upright in the sky floating. That's what it looked like. Not to say it can do the circumference of the earth in 90 minutes. That's how fast it's going. But it looked like it was floating to me.
You saw it in your telescope?
No, I saw it with my neck. I didn't even have my telescope. That's what got me involved in telescopes and stuff and wanting to see more. I saw it with my naked. You can see it with your naked eye. It's only like 100 miles up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right out of Earth, where Earth no longer has a pull on an object, where that it will bring it down to the ground. With the satellites, you can see a satellite go by. It only looks like a asteroid, but it flies perpendicular. It doesn't fly towards the Earth. It flies across the sky. You understand?
So what are those things in the night sky? Like early in the morning, like around like in the wee hours of the morning.
That's moving. You see
Yeah,
shoot
with
across
lights
the sky.
blinking.
Yeah.
What is
Now
that?
with light blinking, I'm not sure because stars don't blink unless something moves in front of it. A star
Okay.
don't supposed to blink. Planets can blink.
Can
Meteors can blink.
Oh, okay.
Suns don't blink
No,
unless an
yeah, I know.
object is moving in front of it. You'll see Betelgeuse blinking because it's burning out. It's about to go supernova. If it hasn't already gone supernova, it's
But I
just
wouldn't
the
be able
light
to see.
have.
I wouldn't be able to
Huh?
see that with my naked eye, though.
Yeah,
Right?
you see it when it happens. You'll see it in the sky in the daylight.
Oh,
That's
oh,
how
okay.
bright it's going to be. Yeah. If you're around when it goes supernova for
When is
about
that
3
gonna happen?
weeks, you'll see it in the sky
3 weeks?
for about 3 weeks. The length.
Beetlejuice?
Say what?
Beetlejuice?
Yeah.
Oh shit, that's a big one too.
Oh,
Beetlejuice.
it's one of the biggest.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's in the process of dying right now. It's going through all kind of stages right now.
That means a new star is being born.
Or a black hole.
Yeah, that's probably why CERN is
Right.
trying to do whatever they're trying to do, bring in
Right.
with that Hadron Collider.
All right. I'm gonna start this back up. Let them
Okay.
finish.
Because I want everybody to see this. There's what looks like a tripod thing protruding straight out of the ground. Looks like a tower, and you're going to see this in a second. This is pretty cool. Go a little higher because it's just barely showing. You'll see what looks like this tower type thing or some kind of massive something like it's got like a. You see the 90-degree corner, but it looks like a tripod kind of thing right at the very bottom. You can see it's got like a round top and looks like some kind of weird tripod, but look just to maybe the 11 o'clock position from it. There's a round base to something with something black in the middle of it coming straight out. And it's very, very large, almost takes up this huge circle. But again, what is with the white on the top of it? Like I said, I'm convinced that they
See
use
that?
the lunar surface very well to maybe hide from radiation, to camouflage for anything that's going above them, maybe other civilizations. I don't know. Pure speculation. But
This is real
it would make
tall.
sense to try to
This is not
dodge
no
yourself
puny
from solar
thing.
radiation, right? Maybe it gets too hot, too cold, whatever.
It's taller
Obviously it gets
than
cold because
anything
it's
on
in a
earth.
dark area. But it's just bizarre the way those things are laid out, and it's just really crazy.
Hey, Chris, let me try something. See if this makes this any better.
I'm gonna let this spring back here.
No, it didn't. Never mind. You're in control of it. I thought I could bring your screen in better.
Okay, he's up here.
Unfortunately,
Well,
the view that we're
Over
giving
here.
them is only about
Keep moving
70,
so quick. Now he's
75%
here.
of
let's
what
see
you.
what
As long
that
as you're
does
not
there.
around the edges,
He's
we're
back
okay.
over here. Let me
Let me
see.
back out of here a bit.
That's blowing me away right there. Chris, there's only either one or two possibilities here, I think. And if there's a third one, someone tell me. Either these objects are extremely large, extremely, or we're not being told the truth about the size of the moon and the
He's
distance
here.
from Earth. One of the two.
That's
I mean,
his.
I
That's
don't
his
know.
arrow.
I don't know which it
Just
is,
moved.
but I'm convinced
He's
that's an
back down
artificial
here.
object right there. I'm
That's
absolutely
his
Doubt
convinced,
arrow.
my
and
mind.
because of that, everything else I'm seeing is starting to come into view.
When
That's
you get
just
used
incredible.
to seeing
Well,
objects
the
in
thing is,
black
too,
and
is if you
white,
look just to the
you
right
can
of these
really see how they
structures,
stand
you
up.
can see what looks like almost like bridges type thing in this whited area. You can see pieces that are very straight, and just look underneath. You can look. It looks
He's here.
like shadows underneath it.
Yes.
These things are off the ground. It's almost like if you were to have
Right.
like a busy like
You can.
highway
They're
type thing
off
going
the
on,
ground.
right? Things over
This
each other.
here
These
is off the
roadways.
ground.
Well, I see that, and
This
actually,
here
Chris, that's
is
what I was
off the
talking about a while
ground.
ago when I said
This is a
there was something
distance
behind this
between
that I was
here
really interested
and
in,
here.
and now you're
Is a
talking about
distance.
that exactly, and that is this. This
This
is what
is
you're talking
lower
about right through here,
than
isn't
this
it?
here.
If you can see my mouse,
This here is
all
higher than
these
this
areas
here.
here, and you can see the
And this
shadows
here.
from them. You can see the space in between them.
This here. You come. This is lower.
Yeah.
This
And
is
I thought at
lower.
first maybe that was some type of craft sitting there, but now I don't know, because when you look down here,
This is lower.
this again looks like either a flooring or a roofing to something underneath. It's a flat
See how
area.
that goes?
We're not supposed to have that up there.
All right, I'm starting to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. See.
Well, and here's
Just
the other
follow
thing
my
too.
arrow.
Just if you just kind of look
Look.
around,
This
let your
here.
eyes settle a little bit.
Then
Look
it's
way here in the
that
back.
dark.
It looks,
That
just
shadow.
3 o'clock
It's
of this
lower.
large structure in a
This
circle.
is
You
lower.
can see what looks like almost like an arched roof
You
type
come
thing
I see
here
that.
and then come
right here in
here
the back.
and you
Again,
here.
there's another smaller one right there.
See.
Again, you got to let
Same
your eyes
thing
settle in. A
here.
lot of people, they're hoping this is
Here.
what they're hoping. NASA's
There's
hoping
many
that
passages.
everybody just cruises over these
Pathways.
things really quickly. Oh wow, look at the moon. Boom, next, and not pay any attention.
Way
That's the
down here.
problem. People need to
Yeah.
stop
This
and
is crazy
really,
here.
really scrutinize these photos, because what
Looks
you
like
find
an
in there
entrance
is absolutely astounding.
Jerry Lahane,
into
or
this
Lahan, I
area.
think it's Lahane,
Is this
says
a craft?
generators. Well, I know what he's talking about.
Is
I
this
thought
a
the
loading
same thing,
dock
possibly. We don't really know,
that's
but that's
connected to a
that's what I'm
craft?
thinking. That doesn't look like apartment
See,
buildings. It
you
looks
see
like
what I'm
something
saying?
that's serving a function, a purpose. And man, this right here, what do you think
Kinda.
about this?
Stop that. Look at this. Look at the distance. You can tell that this up here is different from this down here.
Well, that looks lower.
Yeah,
Where
this is
that
lower.
boat looks.
This is something sitting on top of this. This is sitting here. And something is sitting on top of that.
What is that?
Don't know. I'd like to see it take off, maybe.
Looks like
I
an
don't know.
alligator head. What is it?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's an object, though. It's been made by someone. And then you got distance. Bam. And the floor. But this is huge. Almost look like a face, but we know that's not what it is. That's what they call pagoda. But this is a shadow here. This is a walkway here. This
So
is lower.
Do you think that man did that? Man from Earth?
I don't know if man did it. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if we on the moon. If we are, they haven't told us. If
So
we are on the moon,
if the beings live there, where's like the infrastructure and stuff?
what you mean? The infrastructure is their travel. They could be underground, inside the moon. Who say they got to build on top? But they don't have to worry here because this is opposite of the Earth.
So
This
they
is
got
opposite.
They got a ship on the outside of the.
I think that's a ship. I think this is some type of ship. I believe it. I think this is some type of building, quarters. They're gonna show another one up here that got 3 floors. A building with three to 4 different floors in a minute. You see it. You see it. Like this here is supposed to be below all of this. This is supposed to be a hole.
So
crater.
if there are advanced beings on this is the moon, you said on the moon.
This is the moon.
You think that there's advanced beings on the moon?
Yep. Advanced than us.
And what do you think?
Is it God? Is it a deity? Is it what people call the deity? Is it the Anunnaki? If the Anunnaki are real, the word Anunnaki means from heaven they came. They mix with the mortals. They say they will come back. I don't know. There's a lot of stories out here. And I don't have answers. Only thing I know that just gives me more questions.
I know.
This gives me more questions.
These look like bathrooms.
You got a hell of imagination, dear sister.
You know, like when you're getting construction work done on your house or whatever, and the workman puts like the bathrooms outside in the back.
Yeah, the Johnny or the spot.
Yeah, that's what that was.
Yeah. Look, if that's an entrance, and it could be, Lord knows. I'm just having
that's the booth that Superman goes into.
I don't know. I'm just having problems. That's all I know. I'm having major concerns. Let's listen.
Obviously artificial to me. Where my mouse is running back here. I think you kind of pointed that out. And I really wish it wasn't so dark in here because this really looks interesting, but we just don't have any light.
He's over here.
Right. And believe it or not,
There's
like I said,
asterisk.
I can bring this back out. I'm going to bring it back out here for a second. Let me just see right here. Again, if you were to see this, now you just can't unsee it. It's just right there.
Right.
I did not see these. And what got me going
This
was
is on the edge of a crater.
right here. I'll bring it in.
This is a crater.
Right here on the ground.
He's over here.
There's like and I don't know if that's even a shadow. It might be something. It might be
like
part
a bridge.
Of this thing.
That's what
but
he's talking
about. You
about.
cannot unsee that now.
That bridge
right there. But look how well crafted and well hidden in plain sight this thing is.
He's talking this stuff here.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you that back structure. This thing's neat as well.
Okay, where is it now?
All that it's in there. So I'm going to kind of keep it like
He's
this and
over
see how
here.
this looks. Is it still in screen on yours?
He's right here.
Yes.
All right.
Where's your mouse?
Right
Where's your
there.
mouse?
Well,
yeah, it's pretty centered. Yeah. You're
He's up here now.
All right.
This is the building I was talking about.
See that? Check this thing out. It has
Watch.
multiple levels.
It sure does. You can see
top,
the frame.
What's this?
It actually looks like
a top.
It actually looks like an earth building. It looks like a 2-story home you'd see down here in the South down in Louisiana.
Maybe built on the side of a cliff.
I'm going to hold
of a mountain.
But look at the little bits
and
pieces in front of this thing all the way around it.
These
this
openers
does not look natural.
Oh,
even the very right corner. Look at the very right
It
corner.
looks like a building.
Type 2.
Yeah.
It looks like it almost looks like a house in China.
There's
like a
no way this thing
right.
Actually,
it looks like construction.
It's natural. There's no way this could be.
Right.
And like I said, now when you take a look at this, let me just back out now. Now, when you look at this whole area, the stretched out area, this is what I started off with right down here on the bottom, right next to this crater and a crater. Start off with this. Now look at all of these. They all come together. This is one like giant area full of structures. And guys, I'm going to tell you.
They call it paragoda. It could be. It's your eyes are trying to make
again, we don't know what's hidden in all
something out of something that's not real.
Like that on the moon? No.
Right.
You seeing shapes.
And here's the funny
thing.
This
is not paragoda.
People with telescopes can't see this. Well, first of all, they can't. You're not the LROC. The
right.
LROC is only 75 miles orbiting off the lunar surface.
You heard that?
So there's no way you'll see these. And secondly, they're on the backside of
the craft that took these pictures was 75 miles off the surface of the moon.
Oh, okay.
When it took these pictures. Okay?
So this is the surface of the moon, and there's structures on the surface of the moon, and obviously inside the moon.
Right. Okay. Exactly. They just showing you supposedly what the LMI are, the rover that went around the moon.
What is he going to talk about? Like what he thinks is going to happen?
No.
What he thinks?
No, he's not. He's not even saying what it is. He's just saying what it looks like.
What's his point?
His point is to show us something that's possibly going on with the moon that otherwise we would not be seeing.
Right.
That's what he's doing.
Okay.
All right, let me start it back up. It's almost done.
The moon. So
Jack
you really
Jack
don't have
DeVille's
to
right.
wait.
Jack DeVille, he's right. That's the first thing I thought of was when I said Louisiana. I said to him the
Yeah,
plantation
exactly, yeah.
houses down there.
Yep.
Had that, and I don't think that's really what that would look like up close, because this is obviously something else going on the moon. But that gives anybody, I don't know. It looks like a 2-story, multi-roomed home, looking at it from a distance. But someone up in here, and I lost who it was that had said it, that this is proof or evidence that we're there. We need to think about that. Do we know that this is our stuff? I mean, really?
Yeah.
He's right here.
I don't know that this is ours.
That looks like a shadow
And I've
of
said this
something
before,
above.
because
This is a
we
shadow
don't know.
or
Supposedly,
something
if you go by
above.
the ancients, we are in the 5th cycle.
Right here.
In other words, we've been around for much longer than we can imagine. We've,
Same
even
as
science
here.
is saying, well, wait a minute. First of all, we were 6,000 years old. Then we're 7,000 years old. Then we got ancient civilizations that are 17,000 years old, way predate anything they've ever.
Say what?
Are they going to show anything else?
Does he what?
Are they going to show anything else?
Other than this, I don't think so.
Yeah.
It's going to go off.
Put on a certain video.
Okay, I'm not even sure if he got it yet. He haven't called me back, but I can get out of here.
Put it in the YouTube search. He told you to look up Neuralink. CERN Neuralink.
Yeah. Yeah, this is Lynn. This is Lynn. All right, Lynn.
What's up, brother?
Yeah. What do you think, man?
Hey, those lines hold on, sorry. Those lines in that in them rocks look like they were chiseled out.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
Damn, my bad, Apostle.
Yeah.
Yeah, those lines and those rocks look chiseled out. Definitely.
Yeah.
Some of those structures look like, that they were man-made.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard the story? Have you ever heard anybody say that the moon was man-made?
Yeah. Whether it's man-made, I heard that the moon is a spaceship. It's hollow, and it was a time when the moon wasn't the what's those Africans over there? The ones that knew about the Series B. The Dogon tribe. They talk about a time before the moon was.
Yeah. Well, the reason why I brought that up was because in the recent Superman movie, that was a part of the narrative.
Right. I heard that.
The being was that he was fighting lived inside the moon. That's why I brought that up. So
right.
It's life imitating art again. Yeah, if you could pull up that Neuralink and then let the sister see that, and I have the other video also. But I mean, Apostle, if you could, you don't have to play a video to get yourself in trouble or anything. But if you can, that'd be nice. But
I'm not worried about that, man. I use fair use, so
okay.
I don't worry about that.
Look up Neuralink, and then you can look it up on YouTube, and there'll be all kinds of videos on it, and it'll give you the story of who's behind it, and all that. I don't want to move too fast, but there's a lot there that I would love to talk about. But I'm just
Neuralink.com.
Well, no, just put Neuralink. Just put Neuralink in your Google, and it'll come up.
All right. There we
It'll
go.
tell you who, and read it off a wiki if you want to, and then that'll tell you who invented it. That'll tell you, that it's being connected to the brain,
Interfacing with the brain.
Yeah, yeah, and it's also, they're saying that it's used for prosthetic limbs, to make prosthetic limbs to where you can move them with thought. Do you see?
Elon Musk owns it.
See what I'm saying? I told you.
Humans
Elon
are
Musk
hackable.
This one, the one that the sister was talking about, was Bezos. There's
Right.
other ones out there. That's not the only one, but that's just one of the, and one of them, not Neuralink, I don't think, but one of them has already went through human trials. Do you hear me? That's the point.
Yeah, they
They're
are
already using this
interfacing.
shit.
They are connecting the brain by interfacing it to computers. The human brain.
So what is that doing? What is that doing? It's integrating you with technology.
Right.
Way more than the phone, because the phone has integrated us with technology.
Yeah, but this here.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Apostle. You cannot live without that phone. People cannot live without that phone today. We are integrated with technology, but now it's through our brain, to where we can manipulate, our artificial, the limbs. Like if somebody gets amputated limbs, they put the new limb on you, and you can control it through, and all this.
Well,
right?
basically, they talk about making human computers, turning
Right.
humans into computers.
Like I've
Robots.
been saying for years, integrating us with AI.
Right.
It
I don't think I want to pull that up.
Technology, a cell phone, to get us used to this shit. Now they want to put a chip in us. And if you have a chip in you, not only do they know where you at, but if the chip's made right, they can tell your heart rate. They can tell whether you're, whether you're breathing hard or not. They can tell all that shit.
Yeah, fair use.
And it can make you do things. Probably can control you.
Fair use.
Okay. And are you gonna show the video now?
No. After looking at it, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
But,
I don't. After just looking at what I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
What'd you see?
That you can look up. This ain't somebody speculating.
Right.
And belief. Like they say, oh, well, Christianity is a belief. Well, this shit ain't a belief because it's real. And it's right in front of your face.
I have to call names. There's names attached to this thing.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. So I understand, Apostle.
Right.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Right.
Do not even worry about it. But now you see what I'm talking about.
I tell you what.
Talking about, she was dead on.
Yeah, Forever Fools. You can look it up.
Okay.
And read it. Yeah, that way we won't have to broadcast it.
Okay.
Broadcasting that.
No problem.
Research so you can add to the conversation. Don't be the fool who sits back and allows another man to tell you who you are, where you come from, and how to live.
Right.
That is voluntary slavery.
Right.
You got all these man fans out here following a man's word instead of going behind that man and doing your own research.
Right.
So you can join in on the conversation.
Right. I got
instead of being led along like a sheep.
Right. I got tired of that in church.
Mm-hmm.
I had a pastor to tell me, as far as the way you act in church, if he jump, I jump. If he feel the Holy Spirit, I feel the Holy Spirit. And I looked at him like he was crazy. I don't, just because I've been training, I got my own way of reacting. And if I don't feel it, if I don't itch, I don't scratch. And I dance to music, not the people. So if you get the Holy Ghost, that don't mean I gotta have it.
Right.
No. No. We want to accord in what we believe, and not even all that, because I even differ in that. So no, I'm nobody's property, man, but my own and the Most High God.
Yeah.
If anything, I belong to my wife. Before I belong to anyone.
We do have people teaching says in the Bible that you need a preacher. How can you
Yeah.
learn without a preacher?
Right.
You know, but at the same time, this Neuralink, and see, people don't understand, all this artificial intelligence will be integrated. They will be able to speak to each other. It doesn't matter what company it's from. Elon Musk's robots, or Singularity Net,
Right.
with Sophia and them. You understand? So what they're trying to do is they're trying to integrate us as humans into that link, so we're all connected to it.
That's
so
what.
we're all linked up
That's what
at
China.
all times.
Hold on.
And
She's
then-
speaking,
and
Lynn.
Hold on. One more thing.
Okay.
And then they'll start giving you your social score.
Oh, there you
And
go.
then they can shut your ass down if you start saying stuff against what they going against. They'll just shut you down.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
they shutting down your platform here on YouTube. They'll just shut your shit down to where
Yeah.
you can't move, can't eat, can't do this, can't do that.
Right. Tell you that you're not allowed to
Mhm.
withdraw your money from the bank this month.
You'll be restricted, even if you have money. They don't
Right.
restrict you.
That's right.
They just shut
Money
your
in the
account
bank.
down.
Money in the bank does not dictate that you got it. That just means the bank got it. And if they see it fit to give to you or let you have some, because they can withhold it. We see they just did it with Chase just told Ye, we got your 20 million. And we ain't releasing none of it because of your free speech. What the hell is that? Money I done earned, and I bank with you that you earning money off of. You gonna tell me I can't withdraw none?
That's right.
Because the government
charging
froze.
me to withdraw over $500.
Right.
You charging me just to hold my money, which you are already using anyway.
Right.
You're using our money to make money, and then also taxing us to harbor our money.
Yeah. Hold on, Lynn.
So
We got a new brother that just joined our panel. Benny, go ahead, brother.
Shalom, Apostle. Shalom to the panel.
Shalom, man. What's on your mind? What you think, man? Got Forever
Oh man.
here, and we got Indigenous on the phone. Now, if you want to say something to Indigenous,
Oh, that's
say-
Indigenous Black Man?
Yeah, this is Indigenous Black Man.
Okay.
Yeah. So Indigenous is on the phone, but he can't hear y'all. He can hear me.
Well, I was sitting here listening about the money part, and you're absolutely right. These banks, they hold our money, and they use it to make money.
Right.
And I was explaining this on another platform. I think it was about 3 weeks ago, about this guy. He was asking me about, he was telling me that I had all the problems, but what's the solution? He thought the solution was prospering in a country that's not scheduled for you. So when I was explaining to him about how the banks use your money, they also do this. I remember this happened about 2 years ago. There was a bank, and I believe it got robbed, or somehow they lost all the people's money that was members of that particular branch, and all the people was lined up outside the bank to withdraw their money out of there, and all their money that they had in there was only being insured up to a certain amount. So, say for example, if you had $1 million in there, you were only able to take $200,000 up to $200,000, depending on who you was. Everything after that was a loss. So if you had any amount of money over that 200,000 or whatever it was, they had that threshold, it was a loss. Anything under that, they were able to recoup. So these banks and this financial system, when you pull out this money and you look on one of these bills, look whose face is on it. I mean, that's who's controlling your money.
Right.
The people, they looking right at you. Every time you pull a bill out or you pull a coin out, they looking right at you to let you know or to remind you of whose system it is and whose money it is. So don't ever get comfortable here financially thinking that don't ever get comfortable here thinking that.
Go ahead,
You hear me?
talk, Benny.
Okay, yeah. Don't ever get comfortable here thinking that this system
Here
is
now, thank
scheduled for you to be here and to be able to prosper, because it's definitely not. That's definitely not the situation. The situation is for you to come here and to attribute to the economy that they have set up and to try to be a part of building the system that they already have set up. And once you go against that, like Kanye West did,
Right.
then they start playing around with your money because all his money is locked up in these financial institutions. So
Right.
they'll come up with anything that they have underlying to keep you from your money in the first place.
Right.
They will come up with something, a system now, in order to keep him from his money, just to say behave. You're not behaving, so this is what we're going to do to you. And look, we're legally able to do it. We just never told you we were able legally to do it. Because if we told you that, then everybody in the world would go crazy that we're holding their money for. So
Let
so
me tell
yeah.
you, Ben. Let me tell you.
Mhm,
Let me share what happened to you. Happened to me. I
mhm,
worked 16 years for a
mhm,
famous, reputable food company in the Washington D.C. area, the
mm.
largest, and it wasn't Safeway. So, Lynn, you automatically know who they are. I worked for them before they were bought out by the Arabs when they were owned by the
Wow.
Jews. Yeah,
Wow.
for 16 years. I had a 401k that matched every dollar that I contributed. I worked 16 years. In 2012, I received a check for $24,000 as per my retirement from that company, because the company we were dealing with embezzled the money and went bankrupt. I received a settlement like everybody else did of $24,000. That's it. That's all. I put 3 times that amount. 4 times. They matched a dollar for a dollar. Benny, you got two brand. You got two. Which one you
I
want?
don't
You
know.
want the first one?
Whatever one I'm on now, I got kicked out somehow.
Okay, so I'll get that one off.
Yeah, but Apostle, see, we're talking, um, you know, and just a little bit after you. I'm not that much younger than you, maybe,
Right.
10, 11, 12 years, something like that. But after you, brother, they started the temp services. And see, um, that's form of slavery too. It's indentured by signing the contract. When you sign your application. But
Right.
I'm not getting there. What they did is they started adding these temp services, and I've seen the people my age, that were working for 20 years, almost ready to get retirement, and they bring a temp service guy in and get rid of them.
Right. Right.
Yeah. So Apostle, you said they took your retirement?
Like
Yeah.
the
They sent me 24,000. Hold on for a minute, Lynn. Benny asked me a question. Yeah, they sent me $24,000 in 2012.
Wow.
They gave me the
Wow.
option to receive $200 a month or the 24,000 at one time. I just took
Wow.
$24,000, man. The company
Mm,
bankrupted money and lost it.
mm, 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 mm.
Yeah.
I'm a bit. I'm. A,
I,
I'm. A,
I,
I'm.
I
I'm gonna
went
tell
and
you.
bought I went and bought me a 2013 Charger, and I don't know, and the money was gone, man. The money
Just,
didn't last a year.
just like that.
Yeah, and that's, I
Wow.
mean, I get my SSDI. I get that every month. I've been drawing that since
Hmm.
'98.
Mm. Well, I tell you
My
what. I hear
SSDI,
a lot of people. I
it
hear a lot of
converted
people.
to my retirement. But the point is, at 65, they converted the SSDI into retirement. But
Right.
all my nest egg that I had at John for the 16 years I worked, and we had a 20 and out for hazardous duty. You know, so I only had 4 more years when I was forced to resign. Actually, you know, I did resign. I wasn't forced to resign, but they gave me no option because I wasn't going to accept what they were telling me for something that happened when I wasn't even working off the clock. You know, you got to be out your mind. So you talking about demoting me, taking me back 4 pays, docking my pay back 4 pays, and putting me back in uniform and putting me on night duty in the store. You got to be out. You think I'm gonna accept that? Y'all know me better than that. You know I'm not gonna buckle my knee. My time is
You be
done.
crazy.
You can have this shit. Who you think you are? And they got 6 white men sitting across from me, and my supervisor not even there, who's a black guy. Man, you got to be crazy. Well, you think I'm a crawl and beg y'all for this job? All of y'all crazy. I get another job. Now, what I did, I went out on disability, motherfucker. That's what I did. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, they was trying to break you.
Yeah.
Sound like they was trying to break
They
you.
tried to humble me.
Yeah.
Because I seen them do it before to other people. Walk out of there. You know, I seen them humble people before. But you are not going to humble me. I'm the same guy that got hired. I'm the same man that walked in his office when I got hired and is walking out of him when I'm leaving. I did
It's
well.
amazing how they dangle those things out in front of your face.
Right.
They dangle things out in front of your face, and most people are not willing to sacrifice them or give them up. And they'll bring you in there.
No reason. They had no right to judge me while I'm off the clock. I don't care if I got pulled over by 20 police officers. I wasn't charged with no crime. You know?
Exactly.
I wasn't charged with anything.
Well, remember we was talking about this a few weeks ago, how the NFL will suspend a player for without being convicted by the law of the land.
Right. They're fire.
I don't understand that. Yeah, I don't understand that.
Yeah.
That's a form of control, man.
For politics.
That's a form of control.
Right. My personal life is my personal life.
Hold on for a second.
Yeah.
Like I told you, if you look up the word indentured, the word indentured, this indentured servitude, it's you know, same thing as slavery, but it's just a different term. Indentured is to sign a contract that you'll work for somebody for a certain amount of time for a certain rate.
Right.
Okay? So that's an indentured servant. That's what that's what a job is. That's what temp services is when you sign those contracts. And then the fine print, you know, that's what's for suppression of information. You don't know all the details and, you know, the rules in the rule book. You're signing an application to go and work. You know, that ain't your job to know that. Your job is to, you know, sand them chairs if you're working at a furniture place, you know, making chairs and shit. Your job is to, you know, do your job. And all that extracurricular knowledge, that's not for you. You're just a worker, an indentured servant, a slave. And then you go to the same fucking people to do banking through who are owning these corporations or these companies. You see?
Yeah.
That was the way it was back in the day. You know, when you worked, them people back in the day worked for those coal mines. They made the money that was created by the coal mine people. That was only good in the stores. That was owned by the coal mine people.
Right.
The coal mine owners. Do you understand?
Right.
And it's the same shit today. We're in a recession, depression. They sending billions upon billions upon billions of dollars, hundred some billion, maybe hundreds of billions of dollars over to Ukraine while we're in the middle of a recession.
Yeah. Right.
How the fuck did that work? You know, like I said, and is building up this World Economic Forum. We have to get on track. We're too busy arguing about Kemet, arguing about fucking Hebrew Israelite versus Christianity, all this stupid shit that divides us.
Right.
And all these things have been put out here to divide us.
Right.
All these names on these fucking maps are social constructs created by man.
Right.
Man named that shit. You following this motherfucker around, ready to die and fight for America because of the name America.
Right.
Don't even know the story behind this motherfucker.
Right.
Have no idea, but you ready to fight and die. Why? Because of nationalism, because of propaganda, because the media tells you so, because the artists tell you so, because the music tells you so, because the television tells you so, and you follow behind these motherfuckers and act like they're your friends. And they tell you to your face that everything in America is set up for the black man to get hurt the worst.
Right. Right.
And we continue to play around, fucking around, talking about stupid shit like Kemet and all that shit when our kids is out here being put through what they're being put through.
Right.
This is the real issue.
Right.
And the devil is being forced down our throats.
Right.
This homosexual agenda, this hypersexual agenda, all that is being forced down our throats. None of us asked for it.
Right.
None of us signed a paper and said it was okay.
Right.
They just threw this shit on us. One of the reasons why the recession happens is because the money, the people who control the money, are the ones who cause the recession or depression. Period.
Right.
Same thing in the 1920s, same thing in the 1970s, and same thing today. This is history repeating ourselves. We need to wake the fuck up, stop playing around, start saving our kids first. That's what we need to worry about. Because you got the LGBTQ out here hungry than a motherfucker. They got NAMBLA, North American Man Boy Love Association. This shit is being passed through Congress and shit like that. They trying to pass it through Congress to make it legal.
Right.
For pedophilia.
Right.
And y'all arguing about some fucking Kemet.
Apostle, ask him about the Noahide laws that the rabbis make an agreement with the president of the United States every year. Ask him what that's about.
You heard it, Lynn.
The nullified laws, what are those?
The Noahide.
The rabbis, they go to the White House every year, and the president signs this document about the Noahide laws. It's about the Goyim, us, the Gentiles, who we have to live a certain way or else we'll die. They kill us.
She sounds like she's talking about the. She sounds like she's talking about the Talmud.
Any law from them, because anybody that would suck the foreskin off of a child being circumcised, I ain't listening to nothing to come out of their raggedy ass mouth.
There you go. With their fake Messiah. With their fake Messiah and all that shit going on out there in Hollywood right now, where every time you turn around, a black man got to dress up in a dress.
Wait.
And all them raggedy motherfuckers, the ones who had power and misused it because they use it to their advantage instead of using it to promote God and honor God and show what He's doing for them, use it as their testimony, just like we doing today.
So what's the significance of the rabbis going to the White House every year and the president of the United States putting his seal on this document every year for the Noahide laws?
Right.
That's
and let's not forget the $50 million or the $50 billion that is given to Israel every goddamn year.
Yeah, that too.
Wait a minute. May I say something on this, Apostle?
Yeah, go ahead, Benny. Go ahead, Benny.
Listen, I want to say something. Tell Forever Food something. There's something where they said that the headquarters of the Most High God was moved from Israel, from Jerusalem to Rome. So when you're talking about these Roman Catholic priests, you're talking about everything that's coming out of out of Rome. And we know that Rome has its own economy that's like a country. Their money is not
Yeah.
they have their own economic system set up.
Right. The
Now,
Vatican. Right.
right, the Vatican had their own economic system set up. So when you talk about the president that meets with them every year, is because, in my opinion, is because they're taking orders. Now you know that all your doctrine that's here in the United States comes from Rome. So all the Christianity, the Catholicism, and all that kind of stuff, when these people go to seminary schools and all that kind of stuff, those doctrines are coming from the Roman Catholics, basically, all the way down to the Jesuits, which infiltrates your school systems and your jobs. I bet you any amount of money there's a Jesuit that owns your job, or he's on your job. He's probably your boss, which is why you got to be careful what you say when you're walking around out in the workplace.
Right.
But not just that. The man that's responsible for giving everybody those shots.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
He's a Jesuit. Yes. Yeah. He's one of the top Jesuits.
Right.
Let me ask you a question, Benny. Are Jesuits crypto Jews, do you think? Or
fair use?
Well,
sorry.
What was that? What was your question?
Good. Fair use. Go ahead.
Are Jesuits crypto Jews? Are they in the public practicing Catholicism or Christianity, but really they're Jewish?
No.
Okay.
I would say in my opinion, they are like I said, I believe that the Jewish movement and the Roman Catholic movement are separate. I believe that they're two separate entities, but all for the same goal. But they work hand in hand.
There are Jews that are Christians. They call Jews for Christ, Messianic.
Right.
But they do not agree with regular Orthodox Judaism. So I think that's what she's talking about, the crypto Jew, which crypto means fake money. Okay. She's saying fake Jew. Because there's a lot of Jews.
Yes, I would agree with that.
They are born of that Ashkenazi lineage.
Yes,
but they do not
that's what she means.
Judaism. They practice Christianity. Like
right, exactly.
Well, if you go by the scriptures, it says the Jew is not one by circumcision or outwardly; he's one by the heart. That with Jesus, you all that, you can. He's trying to take it to all nations. But let's
What happened?
Still here?
What happened?
Is everybody still here?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know what happened to Apostle's muted, and I don't know what happened to his friend.
Yeah, I'm still here also.
So did you see the videos that he played about Mars and the moon?
I missed it. I just came in late.
I think he was trying to
show us.
He wanted to kind of flesh it out and try to figure out, I guess, what's going on.
Benny is just saying he came late.
Listen,
okay. Well, did y'all hear what I said?
Forever Foods, did you hear what I was on mute. I was talking to my wife. So did you hear what?
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, I was muted. My wife was telling me.
Let me say this one more time for Benny and Forever, please.
All right, go ahead.
All right, look, Benny and Forever. The President of the United States, Joe Biden, when he got into office, one of his first major leaders that he met up with, if not the first, was the Pope.
I know.
Stamp of approval, calling him a good.
Yeah, you hear him?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Calling him a good Catholic. He gave Joe Biden the stamp of approval, calling him a good Catholic. This is the Pope we're talking about. Now, Joe Biden just signed a law for same-sex marriages, and I guarantee you the Pope would give him the same stamp of approval today because it's the narrative of the day.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean, the Pope is not against same-sex marriage. Half of them are homosexuals anyway.
But the Bible is.
Yeah, true.
Jesus is.
But they don't care nothing about the Bible, man.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. This is the people who run all the religions of the world basically today.
Right.
If you're not with them, you're illicit religion, and you're not going to get the funding. You're not going to get and they might even run you off the block.
I mean, all of us saw the Borgias.
If you're an illicit religion, then that means you're under the authority of the Catholic Church, and it don't matter what religion it is. If you're an illicit religion, that means that you are under the authority of a Catholic Church, which most of these Christian
totally agree.
Preachers out here are under the Catholic
Totally
Church,
agree.
and they doing what they doing.
All their doctrine comes from there.
Right. The Borgia.
But if we believe,
just let me say this real quick, Benny. Mm-hmm. The Borgia Pope, true to his story, his son and daughter was involved in an incestuous relationship, screwing each other. He was laying with women and men. The other brother was a total homosexual, the one that Michelangelo painted. So we know about these popes. And I mean, hell, if nobody else showed you how wicked the popes are, Michael Corleone showed me in The Godfather how wicked the popes can be, even though that was a movie. But I digress.
Well, Cesar Borgia, the white painting of Jesus,
right?
That painting was by Leonardo da Vinci,
right?
And Cesar Borgia was the son of the Pope,
right?
Mm-hmm.
He was the one. He was the one that liked boys.
With Cesar Borgia, that's why he put his face. One of the reasons why,
right.
You know, the other reason was to whitewash him, but he put his lover's face on Jesus, so that's who everybody's out here fucking praising now.
Because the other brother was too busy screwing his sister.
Borgia was screwing his sister.
And he was a murderer.
You're talking about Cesar Borgia. That's the Borgia list. It's on Netflix. It's a you know, a series, you know, a show.
Right.
On,
what was her name? Lucretia?
I don't know if it's still on now, but they had a couple seasons. It's called The Borgias. You can
look
it up, but yeah.
What was her name? Lucretia or something like that?
I can't remember the sister's name. I only remember the brother's name, Cesar, because he killed his family members. He slept with his sister. Oh yeah. You know, all that shit.
Yeah. He became a cardinal himself.
Wow.
Apostle, you know that the Vatican has that high-powered telescope, and they named it Lucifer, right?
Yeah, it's right. They got two.
What are they looking
in Arizona?
For?
Yeah.
They looking for the Most High coming back.
Right.
Forever food. You know they're preparing. You know they're preparing them.
They're tracking Nibiru. That's what they say they're doing.
I believe they're preparing. I believe they're preparing to fight God. My personal.
I do too. I believe that's what they're doing.
I believe they're preparing.
Benny, go back after this is tonight and watch the beginning when I showed the two videos, the one of Mars and the one of the moon, and what's going on.
Yeah, I will check it out because I believe they strategically. I believe they know what's coming. This is why this is why when I'm like on these platforms and stuff, and these people are talking about Kemet and who's Israel and who's not. Listen, that's the last thing we need to be worried about right now. It's something about to go. It's something about to go down in a major way, and we need to be in the right place spiritually. And if we want to, even if the Messiah was to come back here today, how many people he might come here and tell me, "Listen, you ain't getting on this bus." I mean, I don't know what I would do, but but I mean, he could tell a lot of people that, like, listen, you thought you was doing something. You're not. You up here not talking to this man and talking to that man. Like, it's too. They're doing something. Apostle, you remember a couple of weeks ago we was talking, and we was talking about those red heifers that's over there in Israel right now.
Right. We talked about them tonight. They're clones.
Well,
7 of them.
right, right. Like these people are preparing for something. What are we doing? You know what I mean? If they're preparing so hard,
We're
if they're
arguing for an
preparing so,
hour about the color. You remember, like, it was a couple of days ago on JJ's channel, Sarnetta comes in talking about, I got a problem with the color of Jesus' hair. And they argued about the color of his hair for an hour.
listen, hold on. Listen, I gotta say something. Forever Food. Hold on. Listen, hey Apostle. You know I gotta. I gotta say something on this subject. Forever Food. Let me tell you something. I've been saying this for a long time, and I say this every time I come on here and I talk to Apostle. I'm telling you that Sarnetta is working for the other team. His job is just his job is just to cause chaos, confusion, delay, and anytime that you can keep people out there questioning their identity and coming up with this, that, and the third, and he can do this forever because that's how much scripture it is that you can twist up, and then somebody can keep coming to you and try to tell you this is not what it's saying. That man is not for Israel. He's not for God either.
You know what else also, Benny, is I mean these platforms are good if they're used correctly. But they're not being used right by us. Because
no, they're not.
The mixing of us or the children of the Most High and atheists and Kemet, because I'm putting Kemet and atheists in the same category because they seem to be the same to me. It seems like, like it's like creating a whole new entity.
I agree.
A bad one. A bad one. And they
very bad.
Careful. And I keep trying to warn JJ and Apostle to stay off of his platforms. But I'm not saying that no more.
Well, I can tell you this. Well, I can tell you this for a fact that if you're running around here,
Benny, I think
hold on, Benny. Benny, listen. I agree with you. Listen. Let's just think about this sensibly. If you had a weapon that would be able to destroy the whole world, it would only take one, right?
Yep.
One each country, say. Let's just say one each country, right? So you know that all these things, I believe that they're stockpiling for Judgment Day myself, brother. And to prove it, if Apostle would be so kind as to pull up this video, I will show you where what their agenda is over there in Switzerland and Europe.
You talking about CERN?
This CERN video. It's the opening of
CERN. Yes, CERN.
Look, Benny, look. While Apostle's pulling it up, I want you and forever just to type in Google. Open up a new window and type in Google. CERN satanic ritual opening.
Oh, the one with Connie, right?
Video that I got, because it's a beautiful brother, breaking this video down for us in Hebrew brother, who's breaking it down for us and explaining the video word for word, the one I'm going to give to Apostle. But that's all you have to do is Google that. CERN satanic ritual opening. Is it the dance, the Kali dance? The Kali dance? The demonic god, Indian god, the Shiva god? The Kali dance? I can't hear you. You can't hear me. Am I talking? Can you hear me, Benny? Well,
yeah, I can hear you.
Forgive me, sister.
Apostle.
Yeah.
Ask your friend if it's the Kali dance, the Shiva dance.
The Shiva dance?
Well, Shiva is out in front of CERN. Shiva is the statue that's out in front of CERN, and that plays a role. They did a satanic ritual in front of the Shiva statue also. A staged satanic ritual. It was a scientist. And the scientists are, this is not that. This is the opening of the Goddard Tunnel. It's called the Goddard Tunnel. I think it, correct me if I'm wrong, please. You just type it in. But Gottard Tunnel, and then put CERN. Okay, it's called the Goddard Tunnel, and they're coming out of that. They're coming out of where this hadron collider is.
Apostle, you gonna play it?
What's the name of the video, man?
I said just type in your Google search engine, so you know I'm not lying.
Yeah, when you Google, when you put it in, when you type it in Google, it comes up. Apostle.
Many different news channels reporting on it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's not something that has not been on the news. But this is suppressed. This is what you call suppression of information.
Mm-hmm.
America does that to us worse than I think the majority of the world. They keep us blind to the shit that's going on in other countries that is going on, and keep us interested in the bullshit here with Jay-Z or Beyonce or Kanye or Donald Trump and
Wait a minute, hold on. Let me just tell you this. They're all on the same team. That's their job.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you.
The Jay-Z's.
I'm like this. I'm just gonna cut it short so we don't have to talk about it too long. The money masters run every fucking thing, and they say out of their own mouth. These Zionist bankers say out of their own fucking mouth that give me control of a country's money, and it matters not who sits on the throne. It matters not who makes the laws. Do you understand? Queen, it don't matter none of that shit. When you follow what they say, and if you're not following their narrative, then you're gonna be asked out. All these Federal Reserves all around the world, disguised by other names, but they're nothing more than Federal Reserves all over the fucking world where they're controlling the money.
Well, let me just tell you, brother. I recommend everybody here to get Theodore Herzl's book. It's called Der Judenstaat, the Jewish state. I recommend everybody in here right now to get it, because I'm telling you right now that the system that they set up that's going on right now is virtually impossible for us to come out of it without God.
Yeah, that's me. I'm sorry.
It is that airtight.
I'm trying to find something. I got so many links up here. I'm trying to open one so I can look it up.
All right, now
in YouTube.
I'll give you the name of the video when you're ready, Apostle.
Well, I'm ready to write it down if you can give it to me.
Okay. All right. It's right here. CERN, Switzerland, satanic tunnel ritualing.
Slow it down, man.
Calling.
That's all right.
All right.
That's a lot. CERN.
Switzerland, satanic.
Spell Switzerland. I'm not sure how they got it.
SWITZ.
Switzerland. Satanic tunnel. Is that two N's in tunnel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ritual
calling.
Calling.
For Lucifer. Yes.
For Lucifer.
Yes. And it's a brother who's doing the video, and it shows a lot. It shows a lot toward their narrative, and we also see these metaverses and parallel universes in all the movies now. They're saying that we have other parallel universes and all these things, and they talk like, you try to overlap and you try to make it a part of the narrative, you know, to desensitize, help to desensitize a little bit so you're not shocked, you know, or desensitized a lot to where we can set up and watch people getting shot and killed today and it doesn't even bother us. When I know 20 years ago, it would have, you know, you probably would have had to have therapy afterwards. You know? People would just walk over top of dead bodies today. Go see them. Poke them with a stick. Desensitizing us to everything. That's why they're pushing all this hypersexuality on us now, and the drugs and the killing, the music and all that. You know, the movies, and it's propaganda. And that's Edwin Bernays, who showed America how to propagandize their commercials for people to want them and make them sell them using.
Have you heard of? Why was the panel? Because it's hard to talk to you like this.
Subliminal messaging.
Okay. Hold on.
Have you heard of Yuri Bezimov? Hello?
No. I haven't heard of him.
Yuri you go YouTube Yuri Bezimov. How to Brainwash a Nation.
Oh yeah. Well, the one who did it here was Edwin Bernays. He could have been a teacher, you know, of the study before, but Sigmund Freud is the one with the psychoanalysis and how to manipulate the mind and all that and stuff, you know, and who created all that shit, you know what I'm saying? And his nephew is Edwin Bernays, the one who created propaganda.
All right, let's see what we got. This is it. Y'all see it?
Yeah.
Bigger.
A brother in Christ shared a video the other day. I told him I would check it out. He was telling me about it, and I was like, really? So he sent me I checked it out.
Fair use.
And I've seen some crazy things since being a Christian. I've come across some crazy.
All right.
Could we give his brother a shout out? Staying focused for Jesus. The brother's putting out a strong, beautiful message, and we appreciate and love you, brother. Thank you very much. And keep up with the good work, brother. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Apostle.
All right. Fair use.
Crazy stuff on the internet, on YouTube, different videos, different studies. I've seen some crazy demonic stuff. But this video that I watched, it takes the cake. And it's not so much that it's demonic in the sense of it's like scary. It's demonic in a sense, and because it's so creepy and what is going on in the symbolism and stuff that they are doing in this video. Some of you have seen it. It's the ritual that they did at the tunnel in Switzerland. Now, again, I've seen some crazy stuff. I've made some videos where I had to put together that I didn't really want to do. But when I say that my mouth was dropped open like this, like, I'm serious. My mouth was like that because I'm like, are you serious? Now, I couldn't really believe what I was watching, even though I know that it's true, even though I know these different things are going on in the world. But when I seen this video, it was like, what in the world? So I'm warning you, this video is disturbing. If you can't handle things like this, then don't watch it. Turn the video off now, because I'm giving a warning beforehand, because I don't want anybody saying, oh man, I watched that and that vexed my spirit. I'm giving you a warning beforehand. If you can't handle it, if you're not ready for that type of stuff, and I understand that. I have videos out that's showing people possessed and stuff, and to show people that possessions are real. Some people can't handle that stuff. I understand that. So if you can't handle this type of stuff, then do not watch it. That's the disclaimer. With that being said, I'm gonna roll the video, and then I'm gonna interject on certain parts of it.
What you're about to see is the workers in a zombie-like trance. It's pretty freaky.
They're all white too. I don't see a black
They
one.
are. You ain't going to. This all Edomites. All Edomites.
Okay. Got butt hugger. All right. Okay, little trolls. Okay.
That's the Baphomet right there.
Yeah, let's go ahead himself. That's the goat himself.
Yep. It's all white people in the whole establishment. I don't see a black face nowhere.
That's good. I mean,
Look at the audience.
yeah,
Look at the audience.
yeah. I mean, hell, let me know who's who.
Keep playing. The brother's gonna break it down for you. He hasn't stopped it yet. Watch, he's getting ready to.
Wow.
You see that big eye.
Pure
Real talk,
wickedness.
I would pay. Real talk say he would pay to go.
What we are seeing is the all-seeing eye and three
Right.
unclean spirits.
Wow.
This could represent the Celtic or Celtic spiral, which ties into a triune being, or what is known as the triple goddess, or triple goddess in Celtic beliefs. The Celtic triple
Christianity.
spiral is sometimes called the spiral of life. It was found in the New Grand site from the Bronze Age in Ireland. The triple spiral is an ancient symbol of Celtic beliefs and was used consistently in Celtic art for 3 millennia. The Celtics believed that all life moved in eternal cycles, regenerating at each point. Celts also believe that all important things came in 3 phases. For example, birth, death, and rebirth, in mind, body, and spirit. In neo-pagan religions, the triple spiral is also used to represent the triple goddess. According to Uriel's machine by Knight and Lomas, the triple spiral may represent the 9-month period of human pregnancy, since the sun takes a fourth of a year to go from the celestial equator to extreme north or south declination, and vice versa. During each 3-month period, the sun's path appears to form a closely wound quasi-helical shape, which can be likened to a spiral, so that 3 spirals could represent 9 months, providing an explanation for a link between fertility and the triple spiral symbol. It also represents the Celtic belief of the 3 realms, which are land, sea, and sky, and a triple strand DNA. I believe all of this is being portrayed, but I also believe the triple strand DNA is more so being shown because of what happens next.
666.
A lowercase g
Yep.
God will be mating with a daughter of man to produce a child, just like in
The
Genesis.
Nephilim. The Nephilim. This is exactly how they broke their habitation, right, Apostle? The angels. This is exactly how the angels broke habitation.
Yeah. Which goes right back to the Anunnaki. From heaven to come.
Yep. Yep. An angelic being having sex with a human.
Sons of Anu, which is in the Bible,
Yep.
which represents Inky and Emil, or represents Ham.
Say that again, Apostle.
The sons of Anu is in Genesis. It represents the sons of Anu. It represents Ham, which is El God, the deity.
Hey, Apostle, press pause real fast.
Yeah.
Now say what you were saying. Say what you were saying, Apostle.
I said the Anunnaki,
Right.
or the sons of Anu.
Right.
Anu is the godfather, the father god of Enki and Enlil.
Mm-hmm.
These are the reptilian gods. The Anunnaki means from heaven they came, or from heaven they fell.
Mm-hmm.
It represents the fallen angels
Angels.
that came down
Mm-hmm.
and declared themselves as deities, gods.
Mm-hmm.
They represent the god El that came about, that represents Elohim, the plurality, or El, the singular, which we as Israelites were fooled or manipulated into worshiping the god of Canaan, or the Canaanite gods.
Right. Lowercase g.
Right. Baal, or even Yahweh. We have to understand Yahweh is a fictitious, it's a false deity of Yahweh.
Right.
And we have caught, that's why even Israel's today, they talk about Yahweh. And every time I hear it, I tell them that is not our deity. Stop calling that name.
Right. And it's in all the Bibles too.
Right.
In the back of some of them.
Right.
Let's finish this, John.
This is powerful, man.
That's what I'm telling you. And this is the and you ain't even got to the best part yet. When just, I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm not gonna ruin it for you. Just watch.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I want to see. Yeah.
That's it. Eli, they say Eli what? Yeah.
Man, this is wicked, boy.
What you will now see is Satan having sex with the woman. This is obvious from the sounds and what is going on. This is why I stated I believe it points more to the triple strand DNA. All right, now the beast and the woman have become one.
Oh shit.
The seed
One black
of the beast is in the woman's womb, as you will see.
Yeah.
And she is going to give birth to the man of sin, the Antichrist.
Hey, just because she black don't mean she Israel.
It's crazy.
Right.
But as you can see, this is what is going on. And this is what they are showing.
On purpose.
Yep.
Or is it saying that Satan spoiled the human being? Yeah, the beginning of humanity. He spoiled.
I guess she's supposed to be a nun.
I mean, I couldn't pretend to do this shit, man.
I know.
I wouldn't even pretend to do this shit.
Not at all, brother. Not at all. That's what I'm saying. This ain't no play. This is something. They doing something.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
It's like you said, the devil uses stuff.
I believe the two women are supposed to represent the two witnesses, like in Revelation. In Revelation, the two witnesses prophesy for half of Daniel's 70th week.
Right.
These women are doing similar by singing, announcing the birth and announcement of the man of sin, the son of perdition. Just like the two witnesses, they prophesy and they preach and they announce about the coming of the Lord Jesus Christ, that they should repent and believe the gospel. I could be completely wrong on this, but this is what I'm getting from it.
Nah, brother,
They're
you spot
calling
on.
all those who come from their version of the tree of life back. These are the people you see walking up. This is why you see their version of the tree of life upside down, as above, so below. Now, according to pagans, their tree of life encompasses all realms of existence. It is eternal in nature, having no beginning or ending. Wonder where they got that from. The tree of life is a symbol of immortality and healing of the soul. Its fruit is said to keep the gods, lowercase g, youthful. Their tree of life has many meanings. The balance and harmony in nature, wisdom, strength, rebirth, just as a tree will shed its leaves in the fall, hibernate in the winter, and be reborn with new leaves in the spring. Now I want you to notice that on their tree in the picture, it has no leaves. It is also said the tree of life unites the upper and lower worlds, as above, so below. Its roots reach deep into the lower world, while its branches grow to the upper world. The trunk of the tree of life connects the two worlds to Earth's plane. It is through this connection that gods, lowercase g, in heaven can communicate with people through the tree of life. Again, notice the tree is upside down. If something is right side up and spills, that's a big difference if it was flipped upside down. Think about a glass of water. If it is standing straight up and some spills out, the force isn't as violent or fast in comparison to if the glass of water is flipped completely over to let all the water fall out. God said that he will shake the heavens and Satan will be cast to the earth with 1/3 of the angels, meaning they will be cast out with violence. They are telling you in a occult way what is going to happen. Now we know that for born again believers, the tree of life is the Lord Jesus Christ. This tree of life in this video is not our tree. This tree is Satan. They are telling you that the Antichrist is about to come, and they want him.
All right, Edward. So, what are we watching right now?
Right now, we have a military formation of looks like the workers. They look like they're in a mining outfit, wearing blue hats, and they're marching in a military formation, almost like zombies. They're very slow.
All in orange jumpsuits here.
Not like zombies. They are marching like zombies.
Yes, they are zombies.
This is like an army of zombies, and these represent the workers that were in the tunnel.
Yes, the workers in the tunnel. And as you mentioned previously, before we started airing this, the 9 miners who died. They worked tirelessly. If you actually look at the details from this, will be in the article. 49,000 hours, 3 shifts a day for 17 years straight. Miners worked tirelessly on this portal, rather this tunnel, digging deeper than.
Okay, so right now the miners, the zombie miners, let's call them zombie miners. Now they ran across the stage. This is outdoors. This is the outdoor ceremony. You see the Swiss Alps in the background, and there is a huge video screen. They're showing men falling off the cliffs, off the rocks.
Right. It looked like they're constructing the tunnel. It represents maybe people have gotten hurt and things like that during the construction period.
It's after this where it starts to get, I mean, it's already weird with the zombies. But after this part, it gets very strange because, well, let's just go ahead and tell them. The Lucifer himself appears on the screen.
After they finished the construction, the initial breaking through for the tunnel.
All right, so so now they're breaking through. This is what's important. They broke through the rock. The rock just fell away on the screen. It's what comes out of that mountain that is so freaky because it's Lucifer that appears.
Yes.
He comes out of this mountain. I'm telling you, folks, in all the years of True News, now the zombie workers are taking their clothes off. They're taking.
Right. They're disrobing.
Okay, so is this Hillsong? What are we watching now? Is this Hillsong Church?
Swiss version of Hillsong.
This is Hillsong Switzerland. Hillsong CERN.
We should point out it's both male and females.
Yes.
And they're disrobing. They're basically down to their underwear.
Why would Lucifer? Why would Switzerland use an image of Lucifer coming out of this tunnel, out of this mountain?
Well, there's history on this particular point of geography, and Edward can enlighten you on that.
Yeah, so there's actually above the mountain point of this, there's something called the Devil's Bridge.
Okay, and I'll just point out right now, the workers are down to their underwear. This is outdoors in front of the public. The zombie workers are now stripped down to their underwear, and it's becoming more ritualistic as we go. But go ahead, Edward, tell us the history.
Yeah, so there's this bridge above where the actual tunnel, the hardest point of the tunnel, the point where they had to dig through 73 different kinds of rock to get through. This, up until the 1100s, was unpassable. It was actually a point where Switzerland would control their invasions from the north. There was a choke point, kind of like the fiery gates, the gates of Thermopylae that are described in the Spartan 300. Now, with this, the folklore tale is that the townspeople next to this passing point, they made a deal with the devil. And this deal, essentially, they couldn't do it by themselves. So they said, hey, devil, will you build this bridge for us? Will you build a bridge that we get across this? The devil said, I will do this, but you have to give me the soul of the first thing to cross this bridge. Now, the devil thought that it was going to be a human. The townsfolk actually tricked the devil in this folk tale, and they sent a goat across. Well, when the goat crossed, the devil killed the goat. Was incredibly angry, and he picked up a very, very large rock. He was going to use this rock to throw and break the bridge, but one of the townfolk, who was a believer in Christ, drew a cross on the rock. And this rock, actually, before they started building this tunnel, was at the point, at this bridge, up until 1976, when they first began building this underground tunnel. Anyway, because she drew a cross on the rock, the devil couldn't pick it up. He couldn't move it. And at this point, the devil had to flee. So the town folks saw the bridge as this conqueror, this triumph over the devil.
There's a group of men coming out in more traditional Swiss garb of red and white with large sticks. Now they're horns, aren't they?
Yes, and look, the devil is right there. And now the devil has emerged in the back of the formation as a goat. It's wearing a goat head, like a ram.
So wearing a goat outfit with the ram's horns and everything.
I saw him. All right, so now there's Lucifer now as a goat. And he's coming out now, and he's furious. And what are these people in the?
They seem to be like bushes, like hay.
Yeah, like these bush people. When I say bush people, I mean like people that look like bushes.
Yes. They're draped in wheat, like it's a gold-colored wheat, almost like swamp ghouls. And on the screen now, the video screen in the back, there's an
image of Satan up on the screen.
Ghouls.
The video screen in the back, there's a transposed image of the devil, the goat man, and they put like a red, like a fire behind it. It looks the devil is coming out of that portal
Right. So you got a guy, an actual person on the stage dressed as a goat who is portraying Satan.
You see the Egyptian scarabs there?
Yes.
Yeah. What are those things?
Those are Egyptian scarabs.
They look like them.
Those are for devouring the dead.
All right. I thought, what are these beetles? They look like 3 big beetles.
They're Egyptian scarabs.
And there's 3 of them, just like there was 3 spirits and the 3 miners that got sacrificed in the beginning.
Man, Doc, I didn't know you knew so much.
I read.
I just thought they were big green beetles. Like, what is this about? But Lucifer is
So now
in
there's a
full view on the stage, and now he's turned into
portal of eyes now.
Yes, like all eyeballs now. That's the only thing is on the screen are eyeballs that are circulating.
And there's trumpets now playing to the left and right of the center stage, where you have the devil dancing with these swamp bush people. But there's trumpets, almost about 50 trumpets lining the stage. People are blowing them. They look like mountain trumpets, but they're gold. And as you hear right now, you hear the devil's screaming as he's running around with the white garbed spirits.
Now the
There's
what do you call
wings
them?
on his
Swamp
back.
ghouls.
Swamp ghouls.
That's pretty good.
Right now, it looks like Satan has captured one of these spirits or
Yes.
whatever and doing unspeakable things to them.
Yes. I'm just sitting here watching this for the 4th time, and I'm still stunned.
Well,
This happened yesterday, folks.
Yes.
It happened yesterday in Switzerland. Put this together with CERN.
Yes.
What
That's
is
what I
going
thought.
on in
That's
Switzerland?
that's what I thought
What are
too.
they doing, Doc, in Switzerland? What I want people to understand is there are powerful leaders in the world, in the Western world, because I think this is really confined to the Western world. They are begging Lucifer to come out of the abyss. And I know many of you listening to me right now are saying, Rick, you're exaggerating it. You're trying to scare me.
I wish we were making this up.
This is deeply
This
disturbing.
I'm telling you, after Hillsong, this Hillsong Church is nothing compared to this. But then I wouldn't be surprised next week Hillsong does this on their stage. But they're calling for Lucifer to come out of the abyss. You have any idea, Edward, what this woman is?
So I reached out to my friend on this. It's Italian, but it's babble. It's not actual words. She's singing a very old song. It's a mix between Italian and ancient Germanic.
That's what I was going to say. It's a dialect that only the Luciferians know.
And then we go back. Ancient Germanic was used during a time when Germany was conquered by paganism, by ancient animal worship and nature worship, which is what we're seeing currently on the screen. We're now seeing people come out with branches in hand and draped like old.
You see the old
clerics
the old priests, the old animalistic priests that are on the screen.
This is raw paganism.
Druids.
Well, what is that woman? Like
Straight
she's wearing
pagan.
antlers.
on
She
her
got
head.
antlers. Yeah. These people, these dignitaries are sitting there in the audience watching this.
Well, that lady looks very scared. One of the ladies right there, you look in the audience, she's baffled by what she's seeing right now.
She must be the only Christian there.
And just a reminder, Merkel is there. Who else is there?
Francois Hollande from France, the Prime Minister of Italy.
The Swiss president.
I don't understand it.
All
Yeah, this is
involved.
very pagan right now. This is like right out of the history books of paganism. It's coming fast. This is.
Where's the screen?
It takes the cake. And it's not so much that it's demonic in the sense of it's like
I'm trying. I got it. Go ahead.
All right. Now, did y'all hear what I just heard?
Yeah.
Who did you hear, Apostle?
Marco Mega.
Prime Minister of France, the
Right.
motherfucker from Italy, all these European dignitaries are in the motherfucking audience
Right.
watching this shit.
Right. Even from England.
Wait a minute, they ain't watching. They're a part of it.
Countries like Italy,
Yeah.
France, fucking Switzerland, fucking England, all of them.
Right.
They're sitting there watching this shit. They're the ones that's in the audience. Remember I said look at the audience when they was coming through the tunnel?
Right.
Those are the same motherfuckers. And they sitting there watching it. Prime ministers and shit. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Let that sink in. No, I'm just saying I'm trying to talk
Right.
to everybody.
Right.
Let that sink in. All right, you can play.
Like scary,
Wait a minute, hold on.
It's-
Wait a minute, hold on, Possible. Hold on.
demonic in a sense, and
Listen, as I'm sitting here watching this, I see more than just that. Because I don't think they're just sitting there just watching. I think that this is all about one world order. I think that this all goes hand in hand. I think that all of these people under these demonic influences are all in the same game. This goes all the way down to the president of the United States on who he goes to meet when he goes over into Rome and to Italy and meets the Pope. All of these, this is the goal.
Right.
This was the goal in order for the devil to come back here and to implement his plan. This is coinciding right with scripture.
Right.
This coinciding right with scripture right here.
Making a way for the Antichrist.
Right.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yep.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. I'm with
because
Yeah,
it's
go ahead,
so
brother.
creepy. And what is going on and the symbolism and stuff that they are doing in this video. Some of you have seen it. It's the ritual that they did at the tunnel in Switzerland. Now, again, I've seen some crazy stuff. I've made some videos where I had to put together that I didn't really want to do. But when I say that my mouth was dropped open like this, like,
Oh, you started it over again.
I'm serious. My mouth was like that because I'm like, are you serious?
Yeah, you were playing.
Like, I couldn't really believe what I was watching,
Yeah.
even though I know
Yeah,
that
you
it's
went too
true.
far back.
Right. You know,
Even though I know these different things are going on
Where
in
did I
the
cut
world,
off
but
at?
when I
How did
seen
that
this
happen?
video, it was like,
go down there about like
what in the world?
35, something like
So
that.
I'm warning you, this video is disturbing. If you can't handle things like this, then
Yeah,
don't watch it. Turn the video off now because I'm
right there. Yep.
I didn't know
that
it.
this
Wait a minute, I didn't see this part.
is right around the time of
Go back to 30.
Pentecost.
30 minutes. That
Just
was
food for thought.
30 minutes when them big hits.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? It was always somewhere around 9.
And just a reminder, Merkel is there.
Right.
Who else is there?
Francois Hollande from France, the Prime Minister of Italy.
The Swiss president.
Yeah, this is very pagan right now. This is like right out of.
It keeps doing it, man, for some reason. Okay.
The history books of paganism. Is coming fast. This is coming really fast. The end of days is staring us in the face, and look, the clock is now. This is weird because I'm talking about the end of days, and now there's a giant clock on the video screen in on the stage in Switzerland, and it's clearly they're telling us something about time.
It keeps stopping at 9, 9:15, 9:10, 9:20.
Now let's talk about this time thing. On the base of the pyramid on the back of the dollar bill is written 1776 in Roman numerals. 1776 marked the start in history of the secret doctrine of the Freemasonic Illuminatis. Its purpose was establishing a new Atlantis in anticipation for the coming of their deity Osiris, who we know as Lucifer, Satan, the great dragon. Now, Masons add 4,000 years to the current year on the Gregorian calendar. 1776 on the pyramid plus 4,000 years gives us 5776. So, according to them, this is year 5776, and this is known as the year of Lucifer or the year of light, or in Latin, Anno Lucis. 5776 is a measure of how many inches high the Great Pyramid in Giza will be when completed with its capstone. So for the Masons, the year of Lucifer started in September, around
Hey,
September 14th,
Apostle, can you press pause real
September
fast?
23rd.
Go ahead.
1776, the Congress voted to declare independence in the United States of America also.
Right.
And you know,
Right. Bicentennial.
you know when independence came to America, that meant everybody could practice all different types of religion. Anything they wanted to
Right.
do, they could do here.
They called it the freedom of religion.
Boom.
Good point, brother. Good point.
Crazy.
Good point, Benny.
Thank you, man. Crazy, man. This is insane.
Yeah. It's worse than that, man. It's
around
worse
that
than
area.
insane.
Now, what's interesting is if you go look it up, they say it started in January, but if you do a little bit deeper research, you see that for the Masons, it started in September. If we count 9 months from September 2015, you get June 2016, the timing of a birth. Now, the guy in the video stated that the clock stopped around 9:10, 9:15, and 9:20. It was, between those different times, which would be between June 10th and 20th, the time frame of June 10th and 20th. Now, this is pure speculation and is not doctrine or prophecy. I'm just putting the clues together and putting it out there, giving you some things to think about. At the end of the day, the Bible
Okay.
That was it?
That's interesting.
That's more than interesting.
That's interesting that
That's
things
one of the
just
main
stop.
reasons I complain about Kemet, and we arguing about stupid shit
Right.
like Hebrew scriptures and Christian scriptures, and we gotta have those. They
No
gotta
control.
be in context with what's going on today. We gotta stop playing around.
I got no control. I got no control over my mouse. It just
Are you
stopped.
serious?
Yeah, I got no control. It just stopped. My mouse is not even moving.
Don't surprise me after that video.
And now he's back.
Oh. Now who's back?
Now my mouse is back. Now he's gone. I don't know what's going on. Something strange is happening. I got no control. I bet it's at the beginning. Where are we? It's not. I don't understand this. I just don't understand. When his voice paused, I lost control of the mouse.
Look at the woman in red, the scarlet horror.
Yeah. Who was that?
What's going on? This is
Who was that, Lenny?
Yeah, I don't see it now. What's going on? Skip the ad. Okay, 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 skip
I saw them bowing down and dancing to some lady in red. What's going on? Is this part of something? Okay. What is this thing called?
The end time of it, when he stopped speaking, I lost control. I was trying to figure out how to, and now I got control of my mouse again, but that was strange. Let me stop sharing. It's over, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to lose that. I want to make sure I keep it. Let me see what's going on.
Save it and make
Yeah.
a new little space for religion or something.
I don't know. It's like my computer is under attack, man.
Oh, okay.
That's
Well, let me
crazy.
say this real quick before we go to give too much further past what we just said, family. That was 6 years ago. So like I said, suppression of information is real. These things like this get suppressed from our media because they're too busy bombing us with the stuff that they want us to see, keeping us oblivious to the things that are happening around the world. So, like I said, you have to start doing your due diligence and, researching these things. And this is the CERN Hadron Collider being opened. And now you see with the black holes and everything, they're trying to bring back the fucking Earth. Doing everything they can to try to make what's happening in the scriptures come to pass.
All I want is my computer back. That's all. It's like this thing is.
Oh, y'all couldn't hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh.
Can you exit out of it?
No. And I got a thing here that I can, when I have a problem exiting out of things, it's supposed to exit out of everything I touch, but it won't exit.
Well, I'm sorry, Apostle.
No, it's not you, bro. Don't worry about it. I know what this is.
Wow.
But I'm not gonna, it's a computer,
Yeah.
I got 3 of them. If this keeps acting up, I can turn on another one. But for some reason, I can't get rid of this. Y'all can't see it because I'm looking at it on TV.
Right.
What I see on my computer, y'all not seeing because I'm not seeing it on my TV. But I have something that opened up on my computer that I can't get rid of.
Wow.
I mean, it all started when his voice started acting up, and I noticed I didn't have control of my mouse. So, okay, let me see what's going on. See, I'm even trying to exit out of that. Okay.
Yeah, that's weird.
It's gone. Yeah, let me stop sharing. I'm clicking stop sharing, and nothing's happening.
All right, it's gone. It's gone over here.
Yeah, not over here. I'm at the, okay, now it's gone on there. I see it. It's gone off my TV over here. It's not gone off the computer. It's strange, man. It's like something that took control of my computer. Somebody's
That's
mad.
weird. Yeah. Yeah.
Look at my mouse. My mouse is moving.
They've had this for 6 years from us.
All right. All right. Okay. Okay. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Satan, you are a liar, though. You know, the most always prevail. You can cause a hiccup for a moment, but you can't shut nothing down. Not over here where I'm at. No, sir. You've been trying. I tell you, I have never in the private chat. There's 3. Let me see what's going on here. Yeah, I can't. It's
You good now, Apostle?
Yeah, people were saying they can't hear. I mean, did y'all hear all that?
Yeah.
It was saying can't hear the video forever. Forever. Could you hear it? Forever Fools. Are
Forever
you?
food.
She said she couldn't hear it. I don't even know if she's still with us.
Well, tell her.
She seems to be here. She's muted.
I think
Unmute
her mic
your
is, yeah, she's muted.
Okay. Did you see it or hear it? Can't hear you. Let me see if I can just make her big.
Yeah, she's muted again.
Yeah, unmute yourself.
You sure you don't got her muted, Apostle?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, nobody's muted. Not even her right now.
Well, while we doing that, Benny, what do you say, brother?
Wow. Well, I'm gonna tell you the first and foremost thing that comes right to my mind, brother, is that this is all about. I mean, geez, I'm gonna just tell you this, bro. This is all about bringing Satan here, and for Israel, the one thing that comes to my mind is about these debate platforms and all that kind of stuff. Is you can take this video that you just showed us, and you can take it to any platform and ask any atheist, you can ask any Kemet, you can ask anybody, and you can say, if you don't believe in God, and you don't believe in anything that we say, and you don't believe in this Bible, tell me why these people are doing this.
Yeah.
Why
are these people?
And Satan so heavy if there's no God?
Why? Yes. Why are they so heavy? Huh?
I was saying that's food for thought.
That's right. You can ask them. You can ask anybody. I don't care what religion they're in. I don't care what they practice. If they doing this and it's so prophetic to scripture on the other side, these are the people on the other team. These are your rulers. These are the people that have you oppressed right now. If they putting so much effort into this to bring the scriptures of the Bible true, how is it that your little black behind can't believe in this Bible?
Amen.
How is it?
Benny, get him, Benny.
How is it that you can run around here and talk about this, that, and the third and be too big for your britches and too smart for your own good to not see that these people have done to you exactly what they wanted to be done to you? They got you running out here chasing your tail. You chasing your tail, spinning in circles while they spending all this money in order to get accomplished what they need to be accomplished while you sitting over there twiddling your thumbs. It's amazing to me, brother. That video right there, I can take it to, I don't care who these debate dudes are or who these people is that don't believe in the Bible or questioning the Bible. You sit up here running, going to a graveyard over in Egypt while these people over here building CERN and opening up portals and dancing to the Baphomets and all that. And you telling me man, look, let me tell you something. Ain't no way in the world I'm following Sonetta. I'm following Jabari. I'm following anybody that's over there talking any kind of nonsense that ain't got nothing to do with this Bible or these scriptures and talking about what I need to be doing to prepare for the future. I don't need to be trying to convince you. I don't kick the dust off my feet and so on and so forth. Whatever you gonna happen with you, listen, the Most High already has it prophesied what's gonna happen to you. He know in my heart, I'm not trying to be with no Satan. I'm not trying to lose my soul to some garbage because somebody want to be right and the other one don't want to be wrong. I ain't got no time for that. I'm trying to figure out how I can make it to that kingdom that I'm trying to get to, and I don't care who else coming, because that ain't my job. My job wasn't to determine who's coming to the kingdom. My job is to get myself right to where I can try to be there. Well, how I'm gonna spend my time? Listen, let me tell you one of the biggest sins I think is one of the biggest sins you'll never hear me talking about. You ain't gonna never hear me tell somebody else about them being able and able not to make it to the kingdom. If you out here, man, I'm.
Wait a minute, trying to bring Satan to the earth as we speak. We're sitting here talking about stupid shit.
I listen. Ain't no way in the world you couldn't give me enough money in the world for me to tell somebody who gonna be saved and who ain't when the Most High. That's the Most High's job. And I'm not gonna be that mouthpiece. I'm gonna say what he told us to do. But as far as me trying to say who gonna make it and who ain't, I'm never gonna do that. Yeah. So I don't care who else coming, because where we going or where we trying to get to, hey, it's you. If you there, you was meant to be there. You supposed to be there. Right. But just looking at this video here, if you got to question the Bible and everything in it and every verse and try to and this is another thing that burns me to the core, that here it is, a little nasty man who's filthy as all get out when it comes to the Most High, would try to understand why the Most High does what he does. You can't, your little brain that you use 20% of it, you don't even use the full part of your brain. Right. You're gonna try to understand why God does something? Right. How? We can't even fathom it mentally. Even if he came, listen, some of these people on these platforms, they need God to come down right in front of them. Right. They need God to come down and show himself, which he ain't gonna do. Right. And even if he did, they may even question that also. Right. But you ain't gonna have me doing it. I'm not gonna be spinning my wheels in mud. You know what I mean? Right. I'm not gonna be spinning my wheels. I'm not gonna be spinning my wheels in mud trying to convince you of some. We're not in that time. That was in the first quarter. In this game, we in the fourth quarter right now. We ain't got no time to be talking about what went on in the first quarter. And I feel like most of these platforms, you got a lot of people trying to keep you back there. We in a different time now. That era of you trying to convince people that God exists is over. We in Jacob's. Listen, we in a time of salt.
You there?
We basically. Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, hold on. Let's add to it. This is the same thing that they did. You know, you got the ones that didn't believe. All the stories of the non-believing leaders that went down and was given a strong fucking delusion because they wouldn't change their ways. They wouldn't turn to God. They turned to the world. They turned to man. They turned to the worldly shit, the manly shit, man-made heaven instead of, the true heaven. The same stories going on all throughout the Bible. And we're just seeing it going on today. Nothing new under the sun.
At all. And Apostle, let me tell you something. That man that comes on Sarnetta's show, that doctor, whoever, that doctor, and let me tell you something. If I saw him today, I would walk up to him in his face and tell him he ain't nothing but the devil that the Bible talks of. He ain't nobody's elder. He ain't nobody's elder. He don't demand no type of respect. The Most High is not a listen. He ain't a respecter of person. Let me tell you something. That man been on this planet causing havoc for. I don't know how old he is, but if he in his 90s, 80s, whatever he is, he ain't no elders. The elder, what I read about to be an elder in the book, and then what that Bible says you should be, he ain't it.
No,
He
right.
ain't no elder. What he is an old fool. He been on this planet for a long time, and he got a lot of blood on his hands. He got a lot of blood on his hands that he gonna have to answer for. He gonna have to answer for that. And at some point, he gonna be standing in front of the Most High God and gonna have to explain why he was telling people that he don't believe in God and why there ain't no God. And then he talking about he got a spirit, but yet, you know, he got a spirit, but he don't believe in God.
Right.
Well, how is that
he
possible?
believes in spiritual stuff, but he believes in his mother and father. He doesn't even know if his mother and father is his mother and father. I mean, today we got technology, but you don't know no more than what you were told.
Exactly. Your mother and father created you. Well, who created them?
Right.
And then who created them? How did that union?
No, I was just saying, I went 65 years thinking that my father was my father because that's who I was told was my father. He's the father of my siblings, but he was not my father. But he didn't treat me any different, so I respect that. I honor that. He raised me no different than the rest of his children. But I did find out when I was 65 that I had a different father. That's just to show we don't know who our parents are other than what we were told. And we go with that, what we were told. None of us was around to know who I mean, when we were born, we didn't know the difference of being born and not being born. Okay, it took 30 days for us to graduate from being whatever it was that when we were born to becoming a full human child. That took 30 days, they say. About the same time it took for your stink to start stinking. I didn't realize that until I had children, that the first poops they make, it has no smell because they're pure. They are of something that is not dead. But as soon as they start taking death into their bodies, stuff that decay, then their poop smells. It's no longer Nicolium, but it's the result of what they're taking in to their bodies. That stuff smells because that stuff is.
Hey, Apostle, let me ask you a question. Listen at this. I sit back right now. I go through some of these platforms every now and then. I listen and I sit back and I don't join, but I listen. Let me tell you this. Let's think about something. Do we know how hard it is to take care of a baby, right?
Oh yeah.
They say it takes a village, right? Sometimes it takes a village to raise a child.
Right.
Well, let's think of this. When the first two people were created, as we know they were created, who was taking care of these children? How did two people come on this planet and were able to reproduce and then to keep reproducing in order to sustain yourself? Who raised the two first people from infancy to when they was able to have sex and reproduce? Other than God.
Yeah.
Just think about that for a second. Was the man here first and then all of a sudden a woman came and it was a baby? Well, he wasn't able to have sex with that child at that time, so they had to be perfectly in unison with one another. Am I correct?
It had to be. Matter of fact,
they had to be.
The mother had to get intelligence from other than herself to know, because it don't come
how to nourish a child.
Right.
No.
Somebody had to explain
And
something.
somebody had to explain something to somebody.
Right. That
Listen,
goes
and
without.
she had to be.
I mean, unless a human being is no more than a dog, which instinctively
I don't believe.
find their way. See, animals instinctively, they don't have a soul. I mean, like, they don't have. They learn things through instinct. We know that from because what is past. But a human is somewhat different. If you just took a baby from his mother, raised it on goat milk with no human contact, when that baby get 20 years old, that baby will not know how to function without
That's
human
right.
contact.
That's my point. Exactly.
See,
That's my point.
they done already experienced with that. They know this. The mother passes information on. We know this. However she does it. If it ain't the mother, it's the father. I learned that because I raised my kids.
Yes, both of them.
But
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is for these people that are questioning the creation that God made. What I'm saying is this: is that if you got to think for a second. Somebody started this reproduction process.
Right.
And somebody had to know how to do it because very easily you could have lost a child at birth where reproduction could have stopped right there. You could have lost you could have starved your child not knowing that your child had to feed off of your breast in order to survive. That you got listen, we send it's 2023 and we still send women to Le Mans classes and we send people to baby classes to teach them how to even raise a child. So you're talking about an infant that's coming out without a bottle.
Right.
There wasn't no hospitals. There
Right.
wasn't no bottles. There wasn't no Similac milk.
Right.
How would that mother know? I wouldn't instinctively know that you know okay, let me just put this child on my breast and it's going to be okay to live off of me. That's
Right.
almost I would be thinking of cannibalization at that point. If the
Right.
child has to eat off of me, you know what I mean? I'm not taking any instincts away from a woman, but what I'm saying is there something had to be divinely involved in order for that system to continue to repeat itself in
Right.
order for me to be here right now.
Right.
In order for me to be here right now, where women, you got a low percentage of women that even breastfeed to this day. So at
Right.
what point was that child just being when it got teeth? Was it able to eat fruit? What was it? Were they making meat? Like what happened?
Right.
And you questioning God? You thinking a Big Bang explosion did that?
Right.
It just blows my mind. That old man, when he gets on Sinetta, he start talking. He blows my mind that he could be on this planet all these years and look at his children if he has them and not think that there's a God.
All right. Hold on, Benny. Go ahead. Go ahead. And
Mm-hmm.
after Indigenous go, I'm gonna try to hear from Forever Foods again because I'm going to shut this down. This is going on 4 hours and 30 minutes. So go ahead, Indigenous.
All right. Benny, you got to remember, brother, you can't let that get you upset, you know? I mean, I'll be in chat rooms where they call me names and block me and all this stuff, but what we got to remember is, you know, righteous ones, because this is what could condemn us if we don't pay attention. Is they Jesus came for the lesser of us.
That's for sure.
He came to bring the non-believer with the believer. So some people have, you know, and he still has time to repent. You we can't say that nobody will be saved. We can't tell a homosexual he won't be saved. We can't tell a murderer he won't be saved, because there's so many instances in the Bible that we need to talk about. Look at David with his stinking ass. Look at Solomon with his stinking ass. Look at there's so many stories of murderers, drunkards, adulterers who were made into a utensil of God, let's say. You see what I'm saying? So even that brother, anybody has a chance. So we can't judge. Don't lest we be judged. So,
hold on. Let me say. Hold on, brother. Let me say this, brother. I'm not judging.
We can say what.
Hold on. I just.
You're gonna get it again. Don't worry, Benny. It's coming back to you.
Okay.
You're able to
Say
respond.
what the Bible says, and we, don't, because like I said, even you have the Hebrew Israelites talking about, the white man can't make it. You not black because you ain't this and you ain't that, and your mama's this and your mom, and everybody is going against what Jesus is saying. Are you going to be condemned going against the scriptures with your own little fucking narrative? You see what I'm saying? So that's why I say we don't need to veer from that, and we know that everybody and anybody can be saved. Even the brother that you're talking about, I'm not exactly sure who you're talking about, Professor Smalls or...
No, he's not talking about Smalls. He's talking about the other brother. That's 91 years old.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I've learned a lot from that brother myself, listening to him, but, like I said, condemn Don't just try to stray away from condemning people, because we might be condemning ourselves at the same time.
Well, one thing and I'm gonna let you go. He says, if you deny me before men, I will deny you before my Father. So these people can have a chance. All of that's between God and them. But I know if you are mocking God, you are presently against God. You don't believe in God. You're not saying, I don't know if there's a God, but you're teaching men not to believe in God, unless you change from that point of view. I don't see how you can be saved. Now, I can't say they can't be. I'm just saying, Christ say, if you deny me before men, I will deny you before my Father. And there's a whole lot of denying going on.
Man, I'm telling you, like the rain that coming out of the sky, they will do it quick, fast, and in a hurry. And brother, let me tell you something. I'm not condemning that man. What I'm saying to you about that man is that I've heard some things where these people are even blaspheming the Holy Spirit. And I'm talking about, that's an unforgivable sin. Now I'm saying that if you can put your entire soul or your entire future of all eternity on the line just because of something you can't see, the arguments that they come up with are so foolish. If somebody tell you that you don't understand certain scripture, you should be willing to listen. And I'm talking about I'm a babe in this thing. I'm not somebody I don't have the knowledge of apostle. But what I'm saying to you is that I've read certain things that every time I see it, it resonates with me. To something as far, I can give you an example right now, that every time I see Sonetta talk to apostle, the only thing he can come up with is, you see how he's the most diabolical, he killed this, that, and the third. Brother, it was giants on the earth that was eating human beings. They turned on the humans. They were giant. These were people that was reproduced from angels having sex with humans. And the fact that you can't comprehend that, you can't understand why God was clearing out that place. Because God knew that CERN would be here, that you don't know anything about. So for you to sit here and to be talking about the Most High God, and you say you don't believe in God, and you're willing to put your whole entire salvation on it, it's crazy to me. You can't be 90 years old on this earth and be black and be a slave, have been an ancestor of slaves, and you telling me that Deuteronomy 28 and 48 and 28 and 68 don't resonate with you? I mean, my man, I'm gonna tell you right now, to me, that doctor, he's a Hivite. He's a Jebusite. Yeah, he came here on a ship, but he wasn't us. He a part of the people that David and Solomon didn't clear out. These are the people I'm looking out for, brother. They look like us, but they ain't us. Them people worshiping something else. They may share the same skin tone as you, but they ain't. Hey, listen, all skin folk ain't kinfolk. And that's what they remind me of. Now, I was reading today, my study today it caught me by surprise. Now, I didn't know that we was dwelling with them Gibeonites and the Jebusites and the Hivites. Like, I didn't know I thought we cleared all the people out. The scripture says that they was dwelling amongst Judah and Benjamin.
Right.
They stayed there. We didn't clear all them folks out, all them people out. They was dwelling with us. So I'm led to believe that when them areas was conquered and taken over and people were scattered, they scattered along with us.
Yeah.
So they may look like us because they had to be black folk.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying it's hard for me to understand that somebody that's an so-called quote unquote African American in this country right now, and you telling people that God don't exist, yet you sitting here been in captivity for 90 years. Man, you's an old fool. You can't tell me nothing. I don't want nothing to do with you because you operating on something else. It ain't nothing he can teach me. I don't care how long he been on this planet. You got to be kidding me. You working. The spirit in that man is of something else. And I ain't condemning him and this, that, and the other. I'm just saying it don't resonate with me. You've been here 90 some years. And you sit up here telling people you spiritual, but you don't believe it. Listen, if I had all the power that he talking about that we have in ourselves, I would have taken myself and my family out of captivity a long time ago. Yeah, brothers being shot outside of his window every day, probably. So, I mean, that's just how I see it, but I'm not condemning them because that's up to the Most High God. What I'm saying is the things I've heard come out of that man's mouth, I'm not going to be no part of that. No, sir. I'm not playing with God, not in no 2023. We're not going to play around like that. Mm-mm.
Okay, come on back in. There you go.
Yeah, Benny, I just,
there you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Pray for him. Pray for him, Benny. Pray for him. And they've changed their ways, man. That's,
hold on, Lynn.
That's what we're supposed to be doing.
Hold on, Lynn.
Right,
we got Forever Foods back. She went out and came back in. Can you hear me, sister?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right. Go ahead. Did you hear the video?
No, only a little bit of it.
Wow.
Oh, man. You missed something good,
you're
bro.
going to have to reload it or come back and watch it after we go off air.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah.
And the title of that video is up in the corner if you just want to watch the actual video straight through.
Right. CERN, Switzerland, satanic tunnel, ritual calling.
Okay, I'll watch it tonight.
For Lucifer.
I'll watch it tonight. So
Okay, and hold on. Hey, Lynn, hold on. Wait a minute, Forever Food. I don't want you to go nowhere because I want your opinion on something. I'm about to ask a question. Lynn, is his name Lynn, right? Lynn, that's your name, right? Lynn? Lenny? Okay, let me ask you this, right? Apostle, I need because I was waiting for you to open up your show tonight, and I got there late, but I was going to ask you this question also.
All right.
Now, what I was just telling him about all skin folk and kinfolk, right?
Uh-huh.
Now, you know how these people out here right now, like these other camps, these Israelite camps, they're out here, they think that everybody that's black is all Israel. They don't care about nothing else. They're just saying that if you're black, if you're African American, you're Israel. Now, what, like I said, what I was reading today about the Jebusites, the Hivites, and the Gibeonites, I didn't realize that David and Solomon didn't clear those people out. They actually made them slaves. They actually made them slaves, so that means that they was dwelling amongst Judah and Benjamin.
Right.
Or during the transatlantic slave trade, are those same people here with us now? Because I know
Yeah.
that this word is supposed to resonate with your, or they're supposed to resonate with your spirit.
Yeah.
All the
And when
atheists,
I got people,
They came across on the ships. So some people believe that only Israel came across the ships. I don't know. I wasn't
Mhm,
there. I know a great deal of us was Israel. But
mhm.
if there were strangers among us before the ships, there's strangers among us after the ship.
I agree. I agree. And when I see and like I was just telling you, when I see
do
people like,
agree that not all skin folk are kinfolk.
okay,
I
Lenny,
do.
what do you think, Lenny?
You said me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, um, who's to say? Is what I say. It's just you're arguing craziness. Apostles, people, his ancestor could be over there from the furthest East Africa as you could, you know, in or South Africa as you could find. Who's to say that he didn't get snatched up, you know, in the West Coast slave trade, visiting that area and trade, and that's how you got that DNA. You can't tell. And another thing, since we were talking about the Jews, you know much about the Spanish Inquisition, brother?
Mm-hmm.
Conquistadors?
Yep.
Well, it's not just the conquistadors. It's there were black Jews over in Spain, and they drove them into Portugal. And
Yes,
then they
Portugal.
listen, and then they exiled them, helping to create the land on the map called Negro Land. You can pull up Negro Land on the map, or look up a map of Negro Land and what years it was and all that.
1747, the Bowen map.
But that helped created that land with all these exiled Jews coming over to West Africa.
Yeah.
So
that's the Bowen map.
So if you're saying that there was no Jews there, how are you saying that when they were being forced at that time, which was 1492 or 52 or somewhere around there AD? Remember, Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492.
Yeah, Lynn, he said they were Jews. He said they, Hebrews.
No, Len. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, hold on. Listen, hold on. Let me rephrase my question so you understand me.
Right.
I'm saying absolutely. I'm saying absolutely they were Jews. My question to you was this: is that was there a mix? What I'm saying to you is the reason I'm asking you this question is because the Most High said that his sheep would know his voice because he is our shepherd, right? I'm saying it's hard for me to understand that these people that look like us, like Sarnetta, is he a Jebusite? Is he a Hivite? He don't hear that voice. He might have came over on his ship. He might have came over his family.
All these ites and all that shit. That's like I say with the Asians. Well, let's say Americans. Okay, let's say cans. The cans are the black people. Mexican, American, African. Okay, the E's are the Asians. Chinese, Japanese, Vietnamese. The Ans are the white people. You know, Caucasian. But you know what I'm saying? All these are man-made terms, brother. And like I said, and I've told everybody in this community, and you need to hear it too, Johann Friedrich Blumenbach split us up into groups. I have been telling this for 4 years now. Johann Friedrich Blumenbach and then his predecessor was Malthus, and then his predecessor was Darwin, and then his predecessor was Galton, and then his predecessor was Margaret Sanger, and then his predecessor was Sigmund Freud, and then his predecessor was Edward Bernays. So they all following after each other. I might be using the wrong term, predecessor, because I think that's the one pre, but the one that comes after him, I'm naming the lineage. But Johann Friedrich Blumenbach split us up into groups. He called us Ethiopians. He did not call us Africans. He called the white man Caucasians, creating the term at that time.
Wait, brother. Slow down, brother. Hold on, wait. I think he's misunderstanding me, Apostle. Hold on. Listen, brother, listen. Forever Food, are you still here, Forever Food?
Yeah, I'm here.
Finish. You gotta let me
Okay, I'm coming to you. Hold on. I'm coming to you next with this question. Hold on. Lenny, listen, bro. Hold on, listen, bro. Listen. My question. No, listen.
You are following the social constructs hold on. You're following the social constructs that these people are calling you. Indian means savage. Black means dead.
Brother, listen to me for a second. Let me answer. Listen, brother. The only way you can answer my question. Hold on, listen, brother.
But no. Before this scientific racism took place in early 1700 AD,
Apostle needs that 1 second.
Romans was calling
Say what, baby?
Europeans.
That 1 minute time, like
we were not.
You're gonna have to speak louder. I can barely hear you. Especially why indigenous is talking.
Brother, you're not listening to my brother. Listen, brother, you're not listening to my question.
He's in agreement with
I
you.
know. Hold on, listen. I know all about those man-made terms. That's not what I'm asking you, brother.
Yeah.
The word, what I'm asking you a question about something that happened before they crossed over to Jordan, on the west side of the Jordan. This has nothing to do with no man-made. I'm talking biblical terms right now. I'm not talking about no Indian American and all that. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm asking you. I'm saying to you, when Joshua crossed over to Jordan and he went into certain areas, there was 2 places in there that they couldn't take complete control of. The Most High said he was clearing all of Canaan out, which is Israel and Judah as we know it today.
Right.
What I'm saying to you is that there was 2 places in there that Jerusalem, as a matter of fact, was called Jebu. Jerusalem was not totally taken control of. The Jebusites was there.
Yeah, the Jebusites were there.
Yes, the Jebusites was there, and it says right clearly in the scripture that they dwelled among us because we couldn't push them out completely.
Right. They were giants.
It was
too.
2 places, right?
Yeah.
And I'm starting when I was reading it today. All I was thinking about was like Shaquille O'Neal and.
Right.
Like, I'm like, damn, is these long neck people we was talking about? Like, yeah, I was thinking about Manute Bull, and I was like, damn, did the people make it? You know, I'm thinking like, okay, if we didn't completely push them out, and then they dwelled among us, not to mention the pact that they made with us, the Gibeonites, who made a pact with Joshua, that so they wouldn't be killed. They actually dwelled with us also.
The Amorites,
so these people was dwelling with us. Yeah, yes, these was Amorite people. So,
right.
So what I'm saying.
7 nations that dwelt with us in Canaan.
Yes, for the long haul.
Yeah.
For the long haul, they never went anywhere. So what I was saying, what I'm saying to you is when I was reading it today, all I was thinking about was these people that look like us that say, "Oh, you ain't Israel." And I'm like, well, maybe they them same people from Canaan. Maybe their lineage goes back to these people who are not Israel. That's why the scripture don't dwell with their spirit. That was my question. I'm saying that all I was asking you was, do you think that when we all fled into Africa, into the coast of Africa, I know they came with us, that some of those people was on the ships with Israel also and came here, and they're the same people today, like Sonetta, that tells us, "Oh, I don't believe in God. Oh, you ain't Israel. Oh, like, is he? He could be to me.
Billy,
Yeah.
two-thirds of Israel isn't going to make it, and that's more than half.
Right. It is more than
So,
that.
But forever, he may not be Israel. He may be a Jebusite, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
okay.
But she's
We know
even saying
2/3
that
of
right now.
Israel,
Even it
right?
2/3
We
of
know,
Israel is not going to make it.
right, for disobedience.
Right.
But them other ones could be just Jebusites.
Right.
They could be just the part of those people that was Jebusite that's
Right.
here now
Right.
saying, "Oh, I ain't Israel."
Right. And that's why they're not grasping it. One thing we
Right.
know, that those whom the Most High chose, the elect, they will be saved. Wherever they
Facts.
are, among whoever they are, we
They will hear his
will come
voice.
together as one nation.
All right.
Facts.
Is
All right.
Forever there?
Uh,
Is Forever talked yet?
Yeah.
You got anything else you want to say, Forever?
No, thank you for the discussion. I enjoyed it.
Thank you for being here and spending your time with us. I think
Thank you, sister.
you added to this conversation tremendously, and your support. I was blessed by it, so thank you, and hope
Don't
that you
don't
come
leave
together.
yet.
Yeah, go ahead. Indigenous and then Benny.
I wanted to say that we as a religious people have totally forgotten about the Garden of Eden. So let's read that story sometime soon. Find out where these four rivers are. One in Egypt, or the Nile. One Euphrates. I think the other is the Tigris, and But let's find out these rivers. And I've already told Apostle and plenty of others about Havilah. This was Egypt before Egypt was Egypt. And this is one of the descendants of Shem. So that land was still named after one of the descendants of Shem, who gave the land to his, child or whatever, grandson, left the land to them. So the lands of their forefathers. Do you understand? So, like I said, the Garden of Eden and Havilah is a part of that story also. And then that's all you have to do is type in Havilah. Just type in Havilah. And then look on Wikipedia and it'll tell you exactly.
Yeah, the
But we don't
Gihon.
talk about that. So Israel was not Israel during the time of the Garden of Eden. None of these other places were what they were called. That's man going down throughout history and then coming to that point, calling their lands. But the names of the lands before that were named after the prophets in the Bible. And just like the Hyksos War is in the Bible, we are showing true evidence of the Bible at the Council of Jerusalem in 70 AD. It's true evidence the Bible is telling us truth and also giving us history, true history.
Yeah, but the land of Israel, indigenous, is the land that sits between the river Euphrates and the river Nile. That's Israel. All of that. The Fertile Crescent, right. All of that is Israel. So that includes all that area. Right. So that's Asia and fucking the Fertile Crescent, and then the Nile running down, right, all the way down. So all that is parts of Africa, and then But it's all part of Israel. It's all part of Israel, from the river Nile to the river Euphrates, and all of that's in between, according to the book of Jubilees. And those are still the lands of the garden. That ain't right. Well, yeah, we don't know exactly where the garden was. We know the river. It tells you the river Euphrates. It tells you the river that encompasses the whole of Ethiopia. Hold on. It tells you. So there's two of them. No. And listen. It goes all the way down to Havilah. Listen. The story that I was telling you about. Lynn, listen. Yeah. The river that ran through the land of Eden. The river that ran through, that came out of Eden, came out into a head, which the four rivers flowed from. But the head is not in the garden. The head is outside of the garden. And the 4 rivers flowed from the head. That way, the river that was actually in the garden has still been concealed. God has not gave that up, or man will go over there and find it. The river that came out of the garden flowed into a head, which the 4 rivers flowed from. We know of 3 of the rivers, but only 2 of the rivers are still flowing. We know of 3, the Euphrates, the Gihon, and the Nile. The other 4th river has dried up, and we don't know about that river because it no longer exists.
The Tigris River.
It could be. It didn't say the Tigers at the beginning. If you look at the scripture, it doesn't mention the Tigers. It mentions the Gihon.
Let's hold on. That's what I was trying to explain. Just like the names of the lands on the map, they have changed the names of the rivers.
But that's what I'm saying. But we still know the Gihon. That flowed through Havia.
They tell you how the rivers flowed and where they flowed at. So you could tell when it says surrounding the whole of Cush or surrounding the whole of Havilah. You remember that? Havilah was the Middle East before the Middle East was the Middle East.
Yeah, what I'm saying is we know the Gihon flowed through there. But the Gihon was not in the garden. The river that was in the garden came out of the garden to a head, out of the garden. From the head, the 4 rivers flowed from out of the garden. So the 4 rivers did not connect in the garden. The 4 rivers connect outside of the garden from the river that flowed through the garden. That's what I'm saying. You got to read it correctly. The river that flowed through the garden is not identified, but out of the garden it came to a head, and from that head the 4 rivers flowed. So you can trace them back to the head.
Right? That was the lands of the garden. That was the lands of the garden.
No, the lands of the garden is north. These other lands came out from the bottom. The Havilah, the Gihon flowed through Havilah, but it became from a head. The head was formed outside of the garden. It was not in the garden. The garden only had 1 river that flowed through it. And as it came out of the garden, it came to a head. And from that head flowed the 4 rivers. Understand?
I'm sorry if I misinterpreted that, but
right.
My point
Go back and read it.
Was that the Garden of Eden is in the scriptures.
Yeah, I had a.
No, hold on. The Garden of Eden is in the scriptures, so we need to look at that.
The Garden of Eden is in the scriptures, but nobody knows. Nobody knows where the Garden of Eden is, and it was blocked to keep Adam and Eve from entering back in. So
wasn't it Iran, Iraq, or Persia?
Say what?
Wasn't it in Persia?
No, Persia is connected to one of the rivers, Euphrates, that flowed from the head. So is the Gihon. So is the Nile. And then there's one other river that was named. Let me.
Well, the Nile was called
the Python.
P-I-S-S-H-O-N.
One is the Gihon. One is the Python. One is the Gihon. One is the Python. One is Euphrates, and the other one was the Nile. The Tigris is a modern river. It didn't. And Euphrates is drying up, as the Bible stated that it would.
Yep. Prophecy.
Just like the Bible stated. Right down today, the Euphrates rivers, there's more land being showed where water used to flow than ever before. That river used to flow up to the banks of the side of the mountain. And it's it's like 30 feet away from the mountain now. It's drying up presently. and it will be dry when Israel returns to the land to be flowing
But
again.
regardless of where it is, it's a part of our scripture, so we need to start
Right.
adding that into our talks instead of worrying, like I said, saying who was first when our scripture tells you where it all started.
Right.
That's my point.
Right.
It's not about none of that extracurricular. It's about you taking away from the Bible, or you going to say what the Bible says.
Right.
That's what it's all about. Are you
Right.
going to sit here and give your narrative, or you going to sit up here and get into these foolish conversations about, stuff that, there's still history out there on that. And, some of them sound crazy as hell because Sesostros I was the one who named Cush. Okay? Sesostros I of the 12th dynasty invaded Nubia about 1915 BCE. He named the land south of the Second Cataract Cush. There is history out on this stuff. But when we're talking about where every man and woman comes from, we need to start talking about the Garden of Eden again, because I do not hear that in this community. We're talking about, Solomon, David. No, the garden. Adam and Eve, where all the shit started, where man showed that even when he's talking to God and sitting down and praising God with the angels, they coming down praising God with you, and you still wouldn't listen, showing how fucked up we are. And look at us now. We still don't listen. Man didn't listen from the beginning, and we're still not listening. We got to add the Garden of Eden back to our talks while we're talking.
Genesis chapter 2. Genesis chapter 2. And the Lord God formed the man out of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. And the Lord God planted the garden eastward in Eden. And there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight, and every good for food, and the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it parted and became into four heads. From it parted. This is now out of the garden, and the name is Pishon, that which compassed the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold, and the gold of that land is good, and the bdellium and the onyx stone. And the name of the second river is the Gihon. The same it is that compass the whole land of Ethiopia. And the name of the third is the Hedekah. That is it which goeth towards the east of Assyria. And the fourth is the Euphrates. Now, the Hedekah and the Pishon are no longer on the map. The Gihon is still there, and Euphrates is still there. And I believe that's the reason why, because if they could find the other two, they would find the garden. But let's see what happened.
What river encompasses the whole of Ethiopia, Apostle?
The whole of Ethiopia is the Gihon.
The Nile.
Well, they call it, it's the Nile today. Back then it was called the Gihon.
That question's answered. There's one. And then if you look at Havilah on the map, like I said, and follow that river that follows the whole of Havilah, which was the Middle East before the Middle East was the Middle East. So this is on the other side of the Red Sea from the Gihon, which is the Nile. And then you come to the one that's over across.
Well, the one that flowed through
going
Havilah,
out through.
the one that flowed through Havilah was the Pishon.
Okay. And then we got to find out which one that is. That's all we got to do.
Well,
So
it dried up.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you said it exists.
It don't exist. The Pishon doesn't.
Okay. All right. So that's the only one we had to find out was the Nile, right? Or you said
Well,
two of them. We know the Gihon is the Nile.
I don't know if it is or not. I know the Nile River is the Nile, the White Nile and the Blue Nile. So the only one I do know is that I know of. As a matter of fact, I don't even know about the Hedekah. If you look at a map, you don't see that river no more. Now we know the Euphrates, and we know the Nile, but the Nile's rivers wasn't mentioned as one of the rivers. Like I say, the Gihon, the Pishon, the Hedekah, Hiddkel, and Euphrates. And the Hedekah will be so far away.
There's only one river that encompasses the whole of Ethiopia. Only one. And that's the Nile.
What I'm saying is, that's today. That doesn't mean that the Gihon is the Nile. The Nile River might not have been there when Eden was created. If, like I say, if God wanted you to find the Nile, we would have been found it. I mean, if he wanted you to find Eden, why would he put two angels blocking the way? What does that mean? What was he blocking? The tree of life. Why? Because man will go and eat it and remain in his sin.
Adam asked to go back one time.
So
God let him go or something.
No, I don't know about that.
Oh, okay.
If it's not in the Bible, so it would have to be in the book of Jubilees or the book of Ashar. And if it's not in there, maybe it's in the...
Listen, if God wanted to keep it totally secret, he wouldn't even give you instructions on where it was in the rivers that came from it. None of that either.
No, because he didn't have to worry about that. He didn't have to, because he blocked it with the angels. Once the angels blocked it.
We can't get there no more. It ain't like we can go up or something. I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the area that it was in, he's giving you a definition of where.
Yeah, but these rivers, especially the river that flowed through Assyria and Euphrates, is so far away from any river you know. The Nile River is flowing through Africa, and the Euphrates is flowing through Asia Minor. The crescent, you got the what they call
Fertile Crescent.
Yeah, the Fertile Crescent. I mean, you can't even cross that desert. You got to go all the way up north and come all the way back down in order to get to the Euphrates. You can't just go across that desert. Nobody does that. Nobody. Everybody has always went up through Canaan, up through the Hittites, over to coming around through by Mesopotamia and all of that.
They always travel where it was water.
Huh? Yeah, you only travel with water. You never go straight across that desert. Even in Assyria, you follow the Nile down from Egypt, down up north to Timbuktu, and go across. I mean, up to Tanzania, and then you go west with the River Nile, because the River Nile flows up.
South to north.
Well, yeah, but it's up north. No, it's up south, down north. So as it go towards the Mediterranean, it's down north. Yeah, it's down. But as you go away from the Mediterranean, you're going up south. You're going up south. So towards Tanzania. So you follow the river.
That's the way they had Egypt at one time also. When you hear of Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt, most people think that Upper Egypt would be the Mediterranean.
No, that's Lower Egypt.
Well, hold on, I'm not finished.
Go ahead.
You would think the northernmost part would be Upper Ethiopia, but you would be wrong.
Right, right.
That's Lower Ethiopia. Lower Egypt.
Right.
And they had up there, so
it's down north. It's down north, up south. Yeah, normally you be going up north, down south. With Africa, the highlands are near Tanzania. The Mediterranean is the lower lands. You see?
Yeah. Okay.
So no, I mean that would I had this debate with Yasha and destroyed it because he said that Ethiopia is where the Nile was, where Eden is. Nobody knows where Eden is. You can't. If man know where Eden is, you'll be a rich man. Go find it. I think man can be standing on it and not know it's even Eden.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's not there no more.
Right.
It's not open to us. It's not open to us.
Right.
So not unless CERN's trying to open up another dimension to get to the garden.
And Eden could be a desert right now, or Eden could be under a body of water. Nobody knows. You know? So
that's what I mean. I was just saying that if the garden existed and those rivers existed, then man can traverse rivers, right?
Yeah, but like I say, the river that flowed out of the garden, it flowed into a head, which these 4 rivers flow from the head. So you could probably trace them back to the head.
We know I can float on a raft down a river. If I'm in the Garden of Eden, right? And these rivers break off, after they come through the garden, like you said, and then break off into 4 different directions. They existed. So I could take a raft and go down either one of those rivers if I was at them.
But then you flowing away from it.
From the garden, but I'm still able to traverse that water. Those waterways.
Right.
I know that to be true.
Yeah, you'd be one on, but the 4 rivers are going in different directions. So,
that's why I said that's a part of the land of the garden. That's why, I'm not going against what you said, Apostle. Not at all. I'm just saying that's why I came to that conclusion.
Right.
You see? Because those rivers existed, the land existed, so you can traverse those rivers to get to other lands.
Yeah. Well,
and that's why I thought that he made that specific 4 rivers showing you, maybe in a close area, close proximity of where the garden might have been when it was there.
Yeah, it'd be simpler if you could find that the head where the 4 rivers, because right now you ain't gonna find that, because I don't think the Euphrates or any other river. Euphrates is so far away from the Nile. Nowhere does it show that they come together.
Well, they said the other one went west to Assyria. But if you wouldn't have put that Suez Canal in there, you know what I'm saying? Not to say this is what it was, because I don't know myself. But if you take that Suez Canal and put it back there, then that land's connected. That river could run from that area all the way through the Fertile Crescent and down to Ethiopia.
I guess. I don't know.
Well, no, it could.
Yeah.
I mean, it could. It could easily if you never separated that area with that.
You're talking about the Red Sea. Suez Canal.
No, not the Red Sea. I'm talking about when the Suez Canal that the men made in that area.
Right, but the Suez Canal connects to the Red Sea.
If the canal was not there, then the river could still run over land all the way down to the Nile and down past Ethiopia. That's what I was saying. That's easy.
I got a question. I got a question for the both of you. Where was Adam and Eve placed after they were kicked out of the garden? Where was that location?
Out of the garden. East, out of the garden.
East.
That's what the Bible
so what
says.
Country would so
that way.
They were cast east out of the garden. So, like I say, even with that, you would have to figure out what does that mean. You would have to figure out where the garden is to understand what east is.
Oh no, that wouldn't be toward the Fertile Crescent. That would be more toward Asia, wouldn't it?
East would be going towards China.
East of the Euphrates and all that.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be going towards China. So I think more like it. I'm not sure. I think you can say probably because even the ark of the boat settled on the mountains of Ararat, not mountain of Ararat, which is no such thing. There's 7 mountains. You have to figure out which of the 7 mountains. They say they found it. I'm not sure, but okay, they say they got the ark. I ain't sure of it. I ain't seen it, but and it's in that area. But when they came out, I know Noah didn't travel far from the boat. His son spread it out, but he remained in the area of the boat. He utilized the boat as a shelter for a long time. So they say they found it in Turkey. God bless them.
So you believe Adam and Eve was closer to China than Africa?
Say what now?
So you think Adam and Eve was placed closer to China than Africa?
Oh, I don't know. It just said they were.
If we use the Euphrates as a marker,
yeah,
it would be.
Yeah. If you use like indigenous say the Nile, that could be right there in Canaan. That could be in Canaan. So I don't know. It just said they went east out of the garden. All right, y'all. I'm about ready to shut it down.
Well, thank you, Apostle.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good night.
Yeah.
Thank you, Benny.
Enjoyed everybody.
Thank you, brothers.
Benny, always thank you. Forever thank you. And
Thank
always
you. Forever food.
Anytime, bro.
Good night.
Express yourself.
Good night, forever food. Good night, Lenny.
I appreciate you.
All right, bro. I appreciate y'all too, man. Y'all have a good night.
You ain't scared, Apostle.
Shalom, everybody. Shalom.
Yeah.
Peace.
All right, peace. Shalom.
Peace.
All right.